Good evening. Today is Wednesday, May 15th, 2024, El Monte Union High School District Board of Trustees special meeting. I hereby call this meeting to order at 5:01 p.m. Dr. Edward Zuniga, can you please give me a roll call?
Yes, thank you, everyone, and good evening. I'd like to start off with Member Carlos Salcedo,
Present.
Member Florencio Briones, Member Estela Torres de Segres,
Present.
Member Qui Win,
Present.
Member Ricardo Padilla,
Here.
all present.
Thank you, Dr. Edward Zuniga, Superintendent of the El Monte Union High School District. At this time, we are on item A on the agenda, A, Board of Trustees meeting, closed session. At this time, I would like to ask our attorney, Mr. Terrence Gallagher, if he can please read us into closed session. Mr. Terrence Gallagher is an attorney for Olivares and Madruga Law Firm.
Mr. President, with reference to Section A2 of the published agenda, closed session items are item A, under Government Code Section 54956.9D1, existing litigation, case number 22 PSP 00471. Item B, under the same code section, existing litigation, case number 24 PSCV 01444. And item C, under Government Code Section 54957 B1, Public Employee Employment Director of Human Resources, and those are the items for closed session.
Thank you, Attorney Mr. Terrence Gallagher from Olivares and Madruga Law Organization. Dr. Edward Zuniga, Superintendent of El Monte Union High School District, do we have any public comments this evening?
No public comments.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. At this time, the board will go into closed session and we'll be back out at 6 p.m.
Actually, before you guys leave, could I thank them for being here? Because I know we go up next. Is this hot? I want to give a big thanks to Coach Gabriel, the cheer squad, and also Mr. Quintero, Kevin, and all of our students that are here today to bring Lion Country here with us today. Thank you very much for having us.
Need a tissue, yeah? But you know what? I'll use this. Better? Yeah.
They're a little bit mad. You know what? My name is you want.
Put it down. Good evening. Today is Wednesday, May 15th, 2024. Welcome to the El Monte Union High School District Board of Trustees special meeting. At this time, I call this meeting to order at 6 p.m. Dr. Edward Zuniga, can you please give me a roll call?
Yes, good evening, everyone. We're going to start off with Member Carlos Salcedo.
Here.
Member Florencio Briones.
Present.
Member Estela Torres de Sigres.
Present.
Member Qui Win.
Here.
Member Ricardo Padilla.
Here.
We have Student Board Member Sofia Hernandez.
Present.
All present.
Thank you, Dr. Edward Zuniga, Superintendent of the El Monte Union High School District. At this time, if you're following along on the agenda, we are on B2. I would like to ask the proud principal of El Monte High School, the first Latino principal in the history of El Monte High School. It's a proud moment today to have all of your Lions here roaring proudly and showcasing everything that El Monte High School has to offer. Mr. Eddie Cuevas, will you please lead us in the flag salute, Mr. Eddie Cuevas?
Right hand over your heart.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mr. Eddie Cuevas. It's a pleasure to have you here this evening along with your school. Next on the agenda is B3. This is Board President Ricardo Padilla and his poem. For those of you that watch our board meetings regularly, I have always modeled my presidency after my dear colleague, Professor Stella Torres de Sigres. When she was president, and she's a senior board member here on our board, and when I came on, I watched her lead our district in these board meetings, and she would always start off the meeting with a poem or a special saying. And I just liked the feeling and the tone that the meetings took. And when Professor Stella Torres de Sigres speaks, I listen. She is the wisest person here on this board. She has the most educational experience in terms of college. She has the most life experience, and she's taught me quite a bit. And in my moments of hardship, I've reached out to her, and she's always there. So Professor Stella Torres de Sigres, today I'm reading a poem about Mr. Eddie Cuevas and El Monte High School, since they are the school that will be presenting. But as always, it's in your honor. Thank you for being in my life.
Thank you.
And the poem it reads as follows. It's a poem about Mr. Eddie Cuevas. Hopefully he didn't go out with the kids. Is he still in here?
Yes, he has
Where are
to be
you?
here.
All right, it's about Mr. Eddie Cuevas and El Monte High School, and it reads as follows. In El Monte High, where lions roam and reign, a milestone achieved, a legacy to sustain. Mr. Eddie Cuevas, a name etched in time, the first Latino principal, a beacon to align. With pride and honor, he leads the way. Students and parents are number one each day. The El Monte Union family values and embraces a culture of love where diversity finds its places. Lions roar with strength, with hearts so true. Under Mr. Cueva's lead, they'll see it through. A legacy of excellence for all to see. El Monte High, a shining star in history. With Cuevas at the helm, a new era begins, a chapter of progress where love and learning spin. The Lion's Den, a place of growth and might, where students and parents are the guiding light. So let the lions roar with voices loud and clear, celebrating Mr. Cuevas and the legacy he holds dear. El Monte High, a symbol of hope and pride, where love and learning will forever reside. That is for El Monte High School and its principal and its teachers and its staff. It was something that spoke to me. And again, I presented tonight Professor Stella Torres de Segres in your honor. So, yeah. With that being said, we will move on to the next item on the agenda. If you're following along, either virtually or in person, we are now on item number 4, B4. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda for today, Wednesday, May 15th, 2024?
I move to approve.
I got a motion to approve by Board Member Mr. Qui Win. Can I get a second?
Second.
I have a second by Professor Stella Torres de Segres. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
The agenda is approved for today, Wednesday, May 15th, 2024. Tonight is a special night for so many reasons. Not only do we have the Lions in the house and Mr. Eddie Cuevas, but we also have a couple other very special people. It gives me great pride in tonight in recognizing the Honorable Mr. Ryan Liu, representing the Pasadena City College Board for Area 6. Dr. Edward Zuniga.
Yes, thank you, Board President Padilla. I met Trustee Liu probably about a year ago or so, if I'm not mistaken, and he invited me to talk about our district, which was probably one of the first trustees that ever done that from our partners, community colleges. So I was impressed by that. On behalf of the board I represented, had a conversation about what his goals were as he was preparing to run for the trustee area which our district falls in, and not all of the district, but there's a proportion of our district that falls in the trust area under PCC. Primarily services the students at Rosemead High School and a few parts from Arroyo High School too. And Ryan knew the district, just the history and really what it means to be a student at El Monte Union High School District. He talked about his upbringing. He made a connection about his family immigrating into the United States and him seeing his parents, advocate for education, making sure that that was a priority for him too. So he embraced that, and then once that was done, went on to the public sector schools, was successful in doing that, went into post-secondary plans that he completed, and he always stayed connected to PCC, which is really a great story that, it just comes full circle where he's at too. I'd like to read some of the things that really defined Trustee Liu. He's an attorney, higher education advocate, and governing board member of the Pasadena Area Community College District Board of Trustees. He represents, as I mentioned, the Trustee Area 6, which includes portions of Rosemead, San Gabriel, El Monte, Temple City, and Arcadia. Mr. Liu's passion for higher education access began when he started at PCC as a low-income first-generation college student. Like many San Gabriel Valley residents, Mr. Liu's family immigrated to America to pursue a brighter future. His mother escaped the Cambodian genocide as a refugee, and his father immigrated from Argentina. To afford college, Mr. Liu enrolled at PCC. While at PCC, Mr. Liu worked multiple jobs to support his family, got involved as a community organizer, and represented his classmates on the student government. After graduating from PCC as valedictorian, Mr. Liu earned his bachelor's from Yale College, his master's of science in higher education from the University of Oxford, and his Juris Doctorate from Yale Law School, where he represented veterans in litigation through Yale's Veterans Legal Services Clinic. Very impressive. Because of how community college changed his life, Trustee Liu has become a tireless advocate for accessible higher education. Nationally, Trustee Liu's work as a policy fellow on the College Promise campaign, which pushes to keep community colleges affordable. He also served on the Education Policy Committee of Joe Biden's 2020 presidential campaign, where he advised on higher ed policy priorities. And Trustee Liu's writings have been featured in national publications, and he regularly gives talks on higher education access. Trustee Liu works also expands internationally. The University of Oxford, Trustee Liu researched higher education program for adult learners in the United Kingdom and evaluated comparative higher education systems. But Trustee Liu's heart has always remained with PCC, as we know. Prior to serving as a trustee, Trustee Liu was actively involved with PCC for over a decade. Trustee Liu collaborated with counselors from the local public high schools to increase matriculation to PCC, mentored students through PCC's Transfer Center, and served on the board of PCC's Asian American and Pacific Islander Advocacy Committee. He also worked as the deputy campaign manager on PCC's successful $565 million bond initiative in 2022. Trustee Liu's work with PCC is now continuing in the capacity of serving on the Board of Trustees. Trustee Liu is excited to continue giving back to PCC because of how much PCC has given back to him and his family. His younger brother also graduated from PCC, and Trustee Liu's partner teaches as an adjunct professor at multiple community colleges, including PCC. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, we not only formally welcome Trustee Liu as part of our Area 6, but also welcome to the Monte Union High School District family. So thank you for being here. Board President.
If my colleagues can join me down below, please. And, over here, you could stand. So we have a special certificate of recognition that I'd like to present to the Honorable Mr. Ryan Liu. This certificate of recognition reads as follows, Honorable Mr. Ryan Liu. For your election to the Board of Trustees of Pasadena City College, we commend your commitment to enhancing educational opportunities and serving the community with distinction and compassion. Your dedication to supporting accessible, high-quality education aligns with our mission to empower and motivate our students to be resilient, college and career-ready, lifelong learners, and contributing members of our global society. We celebrate this achievement and look forward to what we can achieve as community partners. In appreciation from the El Monte Union High School District Board of Trustees, signed by President, yours truly, Mr. Ricardo Padilla, my Vice President, Mr. Quy Nguyen, my clerk, Professor Stella Torres de Segres, my colleague, Mr. Carlos Salcido, my colleague, Mr. Florencio Briones, our amazing trustee, Sofia Hernandez, and we are just so delighted to have you here and welcome you with open arms. And we are ready to work with Pasadena City College. It's a special night here in the El Monte Union High School District. Congratulations, and along with the certificate, you also get a special lapel pin from the El Monte Union High School District that we all wear with a lot of pride. You are now part of our school district. So congratulations, Honorable Mr. Ryan Liu. I'm going to allow my colleagues to say a few words, and then we'll allow you some time.
It's really an honor to welcome you at El Monte Union High School District. And one thing that Dr. Zuga forgot to tell the audience, he used to be the IEP student. Just imagine an IEP student, go to, college, junior college, then go to Oxford and Yale and Oxford, and graduate with a law degree, and fighting for justice, for equity. So that really inspired a lot of people, and you really the inspiration to a lot of students. You an example, a model for immigrants that become very successful. And you are not only one. Later on, I will tell more when we have opportunity to welcome your president over here. And, and we really, really appreciate your take your time and being with us today. And thank you very much.
Well, Ryan, I feel very free to call you Ryan because for a long time we were talking in several things. Do you remember when we used to have a cup of coffee, talking about all the things that we wanted to do? I am very, very proud that you are representing us. And one thing that they forgot to say is that he is one of our members of the PTSA in Pasadena City College. This PTSA in Pasadena City College has almost 80 years. Huh, Dr. Gomez? 80 years. And we have our meetings on Wednesdays. And we miss you today. And you miss me today because I couldn't go. I had class. I better go to work, okay? But they gave me all the explanation of what they did. We were very proud to have you here. And as soon as I knew that you were going to belong to the PTSA, I knew that you were going to be an excellent board member, that you are going to take care of our students. For us in Monte Union High School District, our students are our priority. All kinds of students. We give all our love, all our time, all the most that we do. And I know that you are going to do it. Thank you so much, Ryan, for accepting and for winning and being our representative. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
I just want to give you the warmest of welcomes to our school district. Anytime a PCC trustee, it might be the first time that has been invited to be recognized. Thank you for accepting that and coming down and visiting with us. And look forward to collaborating with you in the future. Thank you so much.
Trustee Liu, welcome to El Monte Union High School District. It's an honor to have you with us today. I just wanted to echo what Mr. Salcedo just said, the warmest of welcomes to you and to Dr. Gomez as well, who we'll be recognized in a few minutes. It's always exciting to have a fellow Lancer here in our district, and having you represent Trustee Area 6 and our students, our families from that area. I'm looking forward to continued engagement with you and the rest of the board, as well as the staff there at PCC, just to see how we can continue to collaborate with one another and really to offer more and more services to our shared constituency of families within El Monte Union and PCC's trustee area as well. Welcome, congratulations, and just really excited and happy to have you here today.
I'd also like to thank you for your dedication to higher education and for now bringing that over to our district. You know, being a senior, I've heard the topic of higher education, post-secondary options all around. And I know of so many amazing students that have settled on PCC because of its quality education and affordability. So I would also like to extend a warm welcome to you and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. Yes, absolutely. And now we'll allow one of the men of the hour. We have many, but again, a warm congratulations here, and we'd like you to take the floor and share a few words, Trustee Liu.
Thank you so much, President Padilla, Superintendent Zuniga, Vice President Nguyen, and members of the El Monte Union High School District Board of Trustees. I'm going to say I was a little surprised when I said I was invited. I thought I was just going to come give a quick public comment and then and then head off. I didn't expect all of this, but I'm deeply grateful for the recognition and just really excited to be here today. Was mentioned a little bit beforehand. I think like a lot of students in the district and in the San Gabriel Valley, I'm the product of immigrants. My parents were refugees from the Cambodian genocide. My dad grew up in Argentina. I lived there for 5 years as a kid, and when I moved back here, English was my third language, even though it's pretty much the only language I know now. And I spent about 6 years in special education having IEPs, so I never imagined where I'd be now today. And I think that really speaks to the power of education at school districts like El Monte Union High School District and at PCC as well. And I've always grown up respecting the work that this district does for over 120 years, since 1901, right? And I remember when we used to drive by this building, seeing the motto that it's a community committed to college and career. Even growing up, that resonated with me. And now, as a new trustee for this area, I just want to come here today and reaffirm PCC's commitment to collaborate and work with the El Monte Union High School District as we build that community committed to college and career. And I'll just very briefly mention a couple things, and then I'll turn it over to our wonderful, or the next agenda item, which we'll be talking about our wonderful superintendent. But a couple of my priorities that I would love to work with the El Monte Union High School District on really is furthering that idea of that joint partnership. So one is dual enrollment. I know many of y'all, everyone here is aware of it. For any audience members who might not know, dual enrollment is essentially when community colleges partner with high schools in the area to create classes that both provide students high school credit and college credit, so students get a heads up and an early start to the higher education. And just a couple weeks ago, PCC, because it's had dual enrollment partnerships with Pasadena Unified School District for a while, awarded 7 graduating high school seniors. Not only are they going to be graduating with their high school diploma, they're also going to be earning their associate's degree, which means that they've saved 2 years of their higher education by the time they graduate. And I know my colleagues, myself, our superintendent, and also our vice president for instruction, Laura Ramirez, share that same goal, and we would love to have that ceremony, also awarding students from the El Monte Union District an associate's degree in a couple of years. Another example, because I also see great TK-8 leaders in the audience today, like Board President Quintanilla and the Honorable Cindy Wu, is PCC offers summer enrichment programs like a lot of community colleges, and we have a summer enrichment program for students who are interested in expanding their mathematics skills, and this is for 7th and 8th grade students, and these are free programs, right, Dr. Gomez? And those are the great partnerships we want to expand, not only with the high school district, but our TK-8 districts as well. And lastly, you know, PCC is going to be expanding and having a satellite campus in the community again. And really our priority is working closely with the community, getting community buy-in, making sure that we're building a campus that really serves the community here. And those are just some of my priorities. And I know y'all will probably introduce Dr. Jose Gomez and give his biography soon, but I do want to just briefly mention a little bit about Dr. Gomez. We're really excited as a district to have recently hired Dr. Jose Gomez to be our permanent superintendent president. Like myself, and I know many of these fellow trustees on here right now, Dr. Gomez was also a first-generation product of the community college system, having attended Citrus College and Mount San Antonio College, and also ended up teaching there and winning an award for teaching at Mount Sac. And afterwards, he transferred to Cal Poly Pomona. Go Broncos. Got his degree there, got his master's and PhD from USC, and I know has really dedicated his career to education. And most recently, before coming to PCC, he served as the provost and COO of Cal State LA. So I'm really excited for all of us to welcome Dr. Gomez in a bit. And just again, I'm really grateful for the opportunity today again. And thank you so much for everything.
Thank you. The Honorable Trustee Ryan Liu, he's going to fit right in with being a board member. You know, board members, we love to talk, and he's an attorney, so he's doubly dangerous, right? So no, but thank you so much for coming out here. And I love you telling your story about being an immigrant. You know, many of us that sit on this dais, we always tell that story. And you know, I'm unapologetic, and also you two need to be unapologetic about telling the story. I know that there's been times where people will come up here and actually attack me, and they'll say like, why do you tell that story? We can never stop telling that story because you have a phenomenal story to go from an IEP, an individualized education plan, to become an attorney and to have gone to so many prestigious universities just speaks to that, including, you know, other board members, those of us that come from Mexico and English is not our primary language, a gentleman from Vietnam. That story is very powerful here, so I appreciate you telling us that. So again, another round of applause for Trustee Ryan Liu representing Area 6. Thank you so much. If we could put up the agenda, my colleagues can just stay here, and we'll continue with the next one, Dr. Zuniga. Okay, yeah, we can go ahead and leave the Honorable Ryan Liu up here. Mr. Steelman, if we could just go back to the agenda, please. There it is. The next person, very special person that we'd like to recognize is Dr. Jose A. Gomez, superintendent / president. Usually in the colleges, they refer to them as presidents, but it's a superintendent position, just like our Dr. Edward Zuniga. We have Dr. Jose A. Gomez. Es un placer tenerlo aquí como el superintendente y el presidente del Colegio de Pasadena. Y estoy hablando en mi idioma natal, que es el español. I'm speaking in my native language, and I think it's amazing that you're going to be leading. I know that a lot of people applied for that position, and you were the top man for the job, so it's a pleasure to have you here this evening. Dr. Edward Zuniga?
Yeah, thank you. Trustee Lou really hit all the points. He kind of stole my thunder, but yeah. I would like to elaborate on that because I think it's worthwhile of the amazing career of Dr. Jose A. Gomez. Before arriving at PCC, Dr. Gomez served as the Executive Vice President, Provost, and Chief Operating Officer at California State University, Los Angeles. And in his 13 years at Cal State LA, he led major initiatives to expand opportunities for students, including the university's downtown campus, the Prison BA Graduation Initiative, and the Regional Collaboration Incubator Cal State LA Biospace. During Dr. Gomez's time as provost, Cal State LA's enrollment and graduation rates climbed, and the university was named as a champion of higher education for the excellence in transfer by the Campaign for College Opportunity. He also established a public-private partnership between Los Angeles Football Club and Cal State LA to renovate the university's stadium field and construct a new state-of-the-art professional soccer training and operations facility on campus. And prior to arriving at Cal State, Dr. Gomez served as higher education advisor to the Partnership Pro Tem of the California Senate and was also executive director of the California Educational Facilities Authority, where he assisted colleges with more than $1 billion in financing for campus development projects. As an educator, Dr. Gomez has taught courses at Cal State LA, USC, Chaffey College, and Mount San Antonio College, where he received the Educator of Distinction Award. His board service includes terms with the Western Association of Schools and Colleges, Senior College and University Commission, Los Angeles County Economic Development Corporation, the Western Justice Center Foundation, the YMCA of Metropolitan Los Angeles, the Broad Center, and the Advisory Board to Teach for America Los Angeles. Dr. Gomez was raised in the San Gabriel Valley, and as a first-generation college student, he attended Mount San Antonio College and Citrus College before transferring to Cal Poly Pomona. His master's and doctoral degrees are from the University of Southern California, go Trojans, right on, where he was a Stephen B. Sample Presidential Fellow. He received Cal Poly Pomona's Distinguished Alumnus Award in 2019. Dr. Gomez lives in Pasadena with his wife, Catherine, their children, and 2 dogs. We want to welcome again the entire El Monte Union High School District.
You're off by 1 dog,
family.
Dr. Zuniga. 3.
Yes. I have 2 dogs on here. I'm sorry, 3 dogs. My apologies. Yeah, 3 children and 2 dogs. I hope I didn't reverse that one.
No.
So congratulations on your recent appointment as the superintendent president of Pasadena City College. Excited to work with you. I can't wait to get on campus and meet with you, talk about the partnership that we will continue to build between El Monte Union High School District and Pasadena City College. So welcome, Dr. Gomez, to our neighborhood.
Welcome, Dr. Gomez. Come on up. Okay, let's start off by clearing that up. How many dogs and how many kids? Because I got screwed up right there.
So we rescued a dog on Sunday. So temporarily 3 dogs.
3.
If I can convince my wife, it'll be permanently 3 dogs. But I don't know that I can do that.
Awesome. Well, Dr. Jose A. Gomez, we have a certificate of recognition on behalf of the entire Board of Education from the El Monte Union High School District. As the new superintendent / president of Pasadena City College, this certificate is awarded in acknowledgement of your leadership and commitment to advancing education within our community. Together, we aspire to create enriching educational opportunities, empower our students to achieve their academic endeavors, and cultivate a thriving learning environment that fosters growth and success. We extend our heartfelt congratulations and express our sincere eagerness to work hand in hand towards our shared vision of educational excellence. Congratulations, Dr. Gomez.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yes.
All right.
I have to say something. This is the first time during the time that I've been here. I've been here 10 years or going on 11 as a trustee, and never have we had a school board member from Pasadena come here or a president. We always felt like we were adopted or neglected, or just nobody ever paid attention to El Monte Union High School District from that side of town. And one of the things I want both of you guys to know is that Mr. Padilla does not mince his words. He tells it like it is. And so when you were first running, you reached out to me. Wonderful. We ended up on right footing. But for Dr. Gomez, it is very special. You are the first president to come to El Monte Union High School District. And I look forward to all the wonderful partnerships that we can engage in to benefit our number one client, which is our students in this district, our student and their families. And it is a powerful community college in this area. I myself attended there. I took a math class there with Dr. Al Kadumi at the time, and it was my best math professor that I ever had. So again, we welcome you with open arms. Bienvenidos. Es un placer tenerlo aquí. And I'm going to allow my colleagues to share a few words, and then you will get the last word, okay? We'll start off with my vice president.
Dr. Gomez, it's really, really an honor for us. The fact that you're here, that means you really care about your job, about the community you serve. And like President Padilla said, there never been a president from community college come to this school board. And it's really an honor. You know, Pasadena City College is a world-class community college. I benefited from it when I went to UCLA and took classes during the summer because, you know, I had to work full-time. I short a couple of classes, and I went there. It's a wonderful. Ryan Liu is not an isolated example. It's not. I have seen and have known some graduates from there went to MIT, Harvard, Berkeley, Stanford. They're all immigrants, and USC. So, you know, your work are like God sent for you to come here to help us out. That's why we honor to welcome you here, and, you know, so we can honor you. And in the meantime, I also invited one of the elementary school districts that you already helped. You know, that our Rosemead Elementary School District in math. And the board president is here. That's Mr. John Quintanilla. So I invited him to attend, so, you know, so we can get to know, you know, so we can benefit from what, you know, looking forward to the good partnership. So we partnership with elementary school district, and we partnership with the community college, so we are all in the family. So we're looking for success in higher education. Again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you very, very much for your time and, you know, to come here and spending time with us. And thank you again, sir. Yeah.
I have to apologize to the public, and I have to apologize to some other elected officials that are here in the home, so I'm going to make this right. Mr. John Quintanilla, if you could please stand. This is the president of the Rosemead School District, Elementary School District. If we could please have a round of applause. Yeah, thank you so much for being here this evening. It means a lot, President Quintanilla. We also have the Honorable Ms. Cindy Wu from the Mountain View School District. Yes, yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here, Ms. Wu. Am I missing any other elected officials? I want to make sure. No? Okay, and again, I apologize to the public, and I apologize to you, colleagues. I should have done that early on, so my apologies. Okay, we'll continue with Professor Stella Torres de Secres.
Dr. Gomez, you made it. You know, this poor man has had during almost 6 months, he had to attend all the groups and all the associations in Pasadena City College. He had to go there, and he had to talk to us about what he's doing and what we are expecting about him. And don't think that it was easy. That was really hard. I was attending to directly with these groups, and they really made a really hard time. And we have other candidates that they were really pushing them, and he did it. He made it, and we are so proud to have him as our as our superintendent, president of Pasadena City College. Another thing is that nobody says that. He's another our wonderful members of the PCC PTSA. Because you know, PCC is the only college in all the United States that has a PTA. And I know you are going to support us. Today you were in our meeting. Thank you so much. Yes, my husband told me. You were there, as always, supporting the PTSA. Everybody knows that the PTA is very, very important for me because it's the one that pushes the students to study. Parents are the first educators, and they have to do something. And right now, in Pasadena City College, we need parents that push their students to study and to do their best. It's going to be hard, I know. It's going to be very hard, but with your help, everything is going to be good. Another thing, he is the first president of college that is paying attention to elementary, to El Monte City School District. He has already talked with our superintendent, Mrs. Dr. Garcia. You have already talked to her. You have already had some meetings. And yes, I'm so glad. Dr. Ramirez, Ramirez has talked with her, and my husband, who is one of the board members in City School District, he says that this year, hey, members of the Monte Union High School District, we're not going to have problems in math, okay? Because we have a lot of help from you, and we are going to do a very good job to our students. Thank you so much, Dr. Gomez, and I wish you the best. And you are going always to come with our support. Thank you so much.
Just to piggyback on what Trustee Segrist said is, you know, it truly is impressive that you're here. Just, I mean, we know how busy Dr. Zuniga is. You know, I can imagine how busy you are just starting at PCC. So genuinely, thank you so much. We know you could have been anywhere else today, and you would have had a really good reason. So thank you so much. For that, just want to give you also a warm welcome. I'm looking forward to collaborating with you, and I'm sure Mr. Briones and Dr. Zuniga will say, you know, as fellow dog lovers, welcome. Good.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I was going to say, Dr. Gomez, if you need me to speak to your wife to help convince her, I am there. Whatever you need, you can count on me because every dog deserves a loving home, and I sense that here. More importantly, though, welcome to El Monte Union High School District. I'm so excited to have you here. Congratulations on your appointment as the superintendent president of Pasadena City College. As a fellow Lancer myself, you know that the college has a very special place in my heart, and I'm excited to see that it is in good hands, not only with you, but the rest of the Board of Trustees, your faculty senate, and the rest of the administration there. I'm genuinely expecting great things to come out of PCC in the foreseeable future. And I'm really happy to know that you're here with us today, that we're able to recognize you and introduce you to our community as well, and to offer our support in whatever you may need and continue our partnership with you. I'm also doubly excited to have a fellow Bronco here today. I'm really excited. I'll be graduating from Cal Poly Pomona on Saturday. So I'll be really excited to know that I'm following in the footsteps of some very great individuals here within our own community. Congratulations again. If ever you need anything, please count on us. Please reach out to us. We have a shared constituency in our families and our students, and we're here to support and to uplift everyone. And congratulations again.
Thank you so much for collaborating with our district and for even paying attention to our younger districts as well. It really shows the amount that you care, how much time you invest. I know you're super busy and you're still, you know, paying attention to those students as well. As I mentioned, you know, earlier, the conversation about higher education is so important to have with our district, especially with high school. So thank you so much for putting in that extra effort, and welcome. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. We have one more special person that I'd like to call up here. Do we have Ms. Salanitro, principal for Rosemead High School? If you could please come on up here and say a few words. It's a pleasure to have you all here as well.
Well, this is amazing, absolutely amazing. I mean, was talking to Mr. Joe Vu, who's our assistant principal at Rosemead, and asked him to come along too, because we're really excited to start to deepen the partnership. That is something that we've wanted. We can't wait to work collaboratively with you. So this is amazing. Thank you for letting me be a part of it, and welcome to our district.
Stay up here, stay up here. Mr. Joe Vu, come on up here, Mr. Joe Vu. You're not going to get off the hook.
Hello, Dr. Gomez. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I hope to establish I guess a bigger role in dual enrollment at our school. Looking forward to expanding the opportunities for our students in our district. We're starting off with ASL, and we're hoping to expand other pathways through PCC.
Thank you, Mr. Vu. And yes, absolutely. If I can also have Mr. John Quintanilla, President of the Rosemead Elementary District. Come on up, Mr. Quintanilla. The Honorable Mr. Quintanilla.
Of course. I do apologize for my attire today. I had a long day. And well, welcome, Dr. Gomez. Ryan, congratulations. We have worked with PCC before, and we're looking forward to collaborating even more. And just it's fantastic. What can I say? I'm really looking forward to it. So thank you and welcome.
Quintanilla, stay here, stay here. And also, we have another elected official, Ms. Cindy Wu. Come on up. Please come on up. This is Cindy Wu from the Mountain View School District, and we're all very friendly here in El Monte. We all collaborate and work together. So,
well, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Cindy Wu from Mountain View School District, board member. So congratulations to Ryan and also to Dr. Gomez. You look extremely familiar to me, so I'm sure our paths have crossed in the last few years. And I think this is such a great collaboration, and thank you for making it so welcoming, especially with all the district. I recently had the chance of visiting a couple schools with Dr. Zuniga and also Mr. Nguyen. And, like you said, by the time they're in high school, they're in college, their foundation's already set. As somebody who's responsible for our kids in the community, K through 8, it's really our job to set the foundation for our kids. And that's what our district is working on. We actually have a state of the district coming up. I believe it's this Saturday. I have to look at the flyer again. But I welcome everyone, because that is something we're really focusing on, is really making sure that we set the foundation for our K to 3rd. So therefore, by the time they get to 4th, they have the foundation that they need to continue to succeed. And we made it a district goal to make sure they can read by 3rd grade and they are successful in math by 5th grade. So I hope that with the partnership, especially what PCC offer, as you mentioned, in the math program this year, our students are actually doing a dual emerging program. And we also have a dual college program as well. So some of our students are working with your fellow college and taking classes after school. So we hope that our students, as by the time they get to high school, can also graduate with dual degrees, with associate and also their high school diploma. So I think this is a community effort, and the more our kids succeed, the better our community is. So I'm so excited to be here at this exciting day. So thank you all for welcoming me here and for having me. Thank you, President.
thank you, Honorable Cindy Wu. And again, everybody who's up here, we're going to let Dr. Gomez have the final word here. But this is a testament to what we in education call as the 4 C's. There's collaboration, there's communication, there's critical thinking, and a whole lot of creativity of how we're going to help our kids. But this is a testament when you have neighboring school board members coming here from the elementary district. They're hungry for the partnership. They want to work with us. They want our El Monte Union High School districts to experience success. And this right here is a testament to that. So again, a very warm welcome to you, Dr. Jose Gomez, and you get the final word.
Thank you so much. I'm very grateful for the outpouring of support. We really appreciate it. Since we're asking folks to come up, I would like to ask Dr. Laura Ramirez, who's here today. She's our Vice President of Instruction and also Assistant Superintendent of Instruction. She's an amazing leader. Laura, come right here, please. Please, 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 please. She is really the main person who's responsible for all of the deep collaborations that we do with our high schools, our middle schools, and our elementary schools. We have been so fortunate to be partnering with you all on our American Sign Language certificate program. We had a cohort of 35 students that started in the fall. This coming fall, they will be certified from PCC in American Sign Language. We're very, very proud of that. Please. And we know that we can do more. I also wanted to thank our incredible trustee, Ryan Liu. I've been on campus already for 8 months as the interim superintendent president, and I think one of the highlights for me has been able to work with Ryan over the last 8 months. He's an amazing, passionate advocate for Pasadena City College, and I am grateful, and I'm looking forward to partnering with him and the other amazing members of our Board of Trustees. I got to be honest with you, I'm very emotional right now. And the reason why I'm emotional is that this is my community. I grew up right down Valley in La Puente, and the first place that my mom and I lived was right off of Valley on Santa Mariana, right? Just a couple blocks from the 605 freeway, and we would spend a lot of time here in El Monte. We'd go to Shakey's. That was always sort of a real treat for me when I was young. So when you say, you know, you haven't had a president or a trustee or other folks come to your meetings, I feel like I've always been here. And I want you to know that my heart is in this community, and I'm here, as is the entire PCC community, to serve you, to partner with you, and to collaborate with you. So thank you so much for this incredible introduction to El Monte, and we will be here as much as you'll tolerate us. So thank you everybody for your support.
Thank you. Another round of applause. And yeah, if we could get VMA, if we could get a picture with the president and the Honorable Ryan Liu with the board, and then we can do like a double layer. You tell us what to do. Yeah. If we could just ask President Gomez and the Honorable Ryan Liu, if you guys could just stick around just a bit. Mr. Liu, Dr. Gomez, can you just stick around just a little bit? We have one more recognition. You can sit down if you like, and then we're going to recognize our student trustee. But we have a little celebration. We're going to take a little break, so just stick around for a little bit. The next thing on the agenda is very special as well. I'm happy, but I'm also very, very sad. This has to do with our student trustee. Our student board member for the 2024, we want to honor her for her service. And I'll let Dr. Zuniga start it off, and then I will continue.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to scoot over here. Sophia and I have been a duo for the last year. As a matter of fact, she's been with our Student Advisory Council for, 4 years? All 4 years as a freshman. A little bit about the Student Advisory Council. They are appointed or nominated by their school peers and their school staff. There's one student per grade level from each of our high schools. That includes Fernando Ledesma High School, that we also partake in this process for Student Advisory Council. I oversee the Student Advisory Council as superintendent, and my ears are all open every time we meet, probably once a month, to talk about student advocacy, to talk about student voice, their feelings, their needs as well, and also in planning for the month-by-month initiatives that our district does. For example, when we have a resolution that the board adopts and passes, our students go to work. They discuss, they take action, say, here's how we're going to take it back, and do that for our schools as well. So it's not just a process about having a resolution and then letting it go. We take that seriously because we know that it impacts our students, it impacts our faculty and staff, and our community too, and also sometimes worldwide initiatives that we also recognize as well. But a little bit about Sophia. She will be leaving us and departing us as she graduates with the class of 2024 in a couple of days. I think this morning, the adult transition was 15 days left or 14 days left. 11 days for seniors probably. She's probably not counting the days that everybody else has to come to school, but she has a shorter time with us as well. Sophia is from Rosemead High School. She has represented not only as a Student Advisory Council president, but sits up here along with the Board of Trustees as the actual elected student board member representing the entire El Monte Union High School District community. That means 5 high schools, comprehensive high schools, 1 alternative high school for Fernando Ledesma, and that about over 7,700 students that her voice resonates when she speaks up there and provides the board an update about what's been happening around campuses on the perspective and eyes of our students as well. A couple of highlights that I did want to mention here and not forget. She has demonstrated outstanding leadership throughout her time. The way she speaks eloquently when it comes to presentations, when it comes to delivering the update to our board, is what you see not only at these meetings. You'll see her presence at Rosemead High School when she performs with her band, because she's also part of the band at Rosemead High School. She is even holding that instrument. She's so poised and looks great. So Sophia, I can't not say enough about how proud I am, number one, about the work that you've demonstrated as a leader. Every year we talk about how wonderful this student board member is, that we're going to miss them, and that it's just like, okay, this is ultimately the best one. We say that every year because honestly, she's up there with all of our student board members that have came here about 7, 8 years ago now and served on behalf of the students of Monte High School District. So you're going to be ranked up there. And you know, we're not going to rank anybody because you fit among the top folks that have challenged us as a board, that challenged us as a community to do what's right for students as well, to advocate as best as we can and represent the voice of our students too. And that's also sometimes that's important because as a high school, they're becoming adults. We need to hear that voice. In a couple months, you're going to be voting, right? So she's going to be 18. That's the type of students that we want to prepare for, not only take on the challenges and advocacy for the youth, but also as becoming young adults. I want her to come back and also take one of these seats, take my seat down the road. Because we need good leaders that understand our community needs as well, and really just you're going into that role too. A couple other things that I just want to mention as well. She demonstrated patience and respect towards her peers. These are things that the kids gave me to put down there, so I don't want to forget about them. Led several initiatives and promoted the board resolutions, important initiatives, and she'll continue her studies in a couple months at
UC San Diego.
UC San Diego. So not too far away, but not too close either, right? So you can come by and visit us as well. So I'm sure she'll continue to mentor the students that will continue on to our Student Advisory Council. We are going to be electing the new Student Advisory Council and Student Board member on Monday. So she's going to transition that, and we'll have a nice reception for them too. But to recognize you, we brought you a couple of things. Before we do the actual official awards, I brought a grab bag here. And there's a grab bag that says UC San Diego. So we can't leave her, let her go without, getting some gear for her before she goes to UC San Diego. So I'm going to open this up, and Mr. Briona, if you could just help me and just pull one item at a time. We'll get it for each board member. And we have a UC San Diego water mug. We needed to stay dehydrated, so we thought that'd be a good idea. That's for her. You want to pull something there? And we have to have something to hang up in her room, all right? UC San Diego pennant, okay? And then we'll grab another item here. We have her gear already for UC San Diego, okay? And then we'll have Mrs. Torres Segrist. It's gonna get cold sometimes, even in San Diego. So we got a beanie for her. Okay. We got the bag, but there's a couple of goodies in here that I don't want to make sure I don't lose. All right. So a couple other items here. We'll hand over to Sophia. We got our decal. We got some socks. Scored on some socks here. Pretty cool, right? And it's a special. I got a sticker for you too. For the car that Dad's gonna buy. Dad, where are you at? Okay. And then this is a special one. This is actually going to be her school within UC San Diego, Muir. So this is a pretty cool one. That this is actually where she will be attending her school. Yeah, neurobiology. That's going to be her major. So we wish you well. And also, Mr. Salcedo has a official UC San Diego handbag as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Good. And I do want to thank Alma Regoza. She coordinated all this. It wasn't me, so she's the creative one, and she brought this together. So thank you, Mr. Regoza, for that too, as well.
Excellent. So before I go, Dr. Zuniga, I'm going to allow my colleagues to share their words and sentiments, and then I'll tie it up at the end. Okay, so I'll start off with my vice president.
Wow, you have set a new bar for the next student board trustee. This is the highest bar I've ever seen. You're just like a well-rounded student. Your IQ, very high, smart. Your SQ, social intelligence, very high. The way you operate with all the students from different schools. Your EQ, especially your emotional quotient, also high. You're very happy. So, you no matter where you go, whether UCSD, UCLA, whatever you go, you become very successful because you have all the basic elements to succeed. And congratulations and good luck to you, for your endeavor in the future.
Well, let me tell you one thing. Almost all the people who are here in your place, they were from Girl State or Boy State. And you are the first one that you are not from Girl State. You were not one of my Girl States. You can see El Monte Union High School District has excellent education in the kids because even when she didn't go to the program Girl State, she knew very well how to work with everybody and how the most important thing, to pay attention to our students, to bring their ideas that they needed. Dr. Zuniga always accepts everything with a very open mind, and when you said all the things that you are saying, things that we are requesting, they are exactly what our students need. Congratulations, and I wish you the best. Thank you.
I know Dr. Zuniga didn't want to be biased or anything, but he is right that every year we see that our student trustees just get better and better and better. And we can't rank them. I mean, we can. It's all right, you know. And it is fair to say that she set a new bar. So I think our students are very lucky to have such a strong voice and advocate in you. And you know, when we were recognizing Mr. Liu and Dr. Gomez, I did notice every time that you spoke, I would look over to your mom, and she had a smile from ear to ear. It's just like right now. Look at that. And it's just, I just know how proud they are, and I just want to say congratulations to the both of you for raising and letting us borrow her for a little bit, you know, once or twice a month. So we really appreciate that, and congratulations again.
I'm not even sure where to begin. Every student trustee that we have brings something unique to the position. But more importantly, it sets the expectation for the next generation of students, for them to become the next representative, not only for SAC and the 7,700 students that you represent, but also up here on the dais to express not only your own personal opinions, but the concerns that are brought to you from students throughout the district. It's been an honor serving with you here as our trustee. And as Dr. Zuniga said earlier, I look forward, and we say this to all of our trustees, our student trustees, I look forward to the day when you're back on the dais here, serving in a capacity of an elected trustee, or across the street serving on the dais there as a council member or mayor, you know, or in another position. Because every single one of you shows us that with the right nurturing, you can become dynamic individuals who will go on and do great things out in the world. You know, and getting into UC San Diego, it's no laughing matter. It's a tier 1 UC. You know, congratulations, that alone is an achievement in and of itself. You know, I look forward to hearing from you, all the great things that you're doing. I'm super excited for your parents to be here today to hear all these words being said about you. You know, your dad's usually here at the meetings waiting for you to you know, be released at 9:30. I'm sure mom's watching from home sometimes. And I just want to say to both of you, you've raised an amazing individual in your daughter here. We are incredibly proud to have her, to have been able to share her with you on the dais for the last year. You know, and again, Sophia, you really embody what it means to be a student here in the El Monte Union High School District. I wish you nothing but the best. Please keep us updated with all the amazing things that you're doing. No pressure, but please let us know how you're doing. And if you ever need something, please reach out. We are a family here. We're here for our students, whether they're in our schools today or they've gone off into the world. And always, always remember, you were a Panther, you're from Rosemead High School. Make sure that you take your place in the world and you remind people that you came from the El Monte Union High School District. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Board Member Briones. And yes, you know, being Rosemead alumni, Sophia, it's special for me as well. I try not to be biased, and I have to be careful not to be biased because I represent everybody. But, you know, I did spend 4 years, and my heart is with Rosemead High School. And so I have this poem for you. It says, Rosemead High's Panther pride, Sophia shines so bright. Student trustee leading with heart and light. El Monte Union's voice for all to hear. Sophia Hernandez, a leader year by year. With neurobiology, her future is in sight. UC San Diego, a new path to excite. 1 year of service on the board she stood, a legacy of leadership forever good. To Sophia's parents, a grateful nod for raising a daughter with a heart of gold. The Board of Education, proud and true, Thank Sophia for her service through and through. As she departs to new horizons wide, take with you the lessons and the Panthers' pride. Rosemead High and the Almani Union too will miss your presence but celebrate you. Go forth, Sophia, with knowledge and might. Make a difference in the world's sight. Neurobiology, a field to explore. Your passion and heart will open new doors. Farewell, Sophia, student trustee dear. The Panthers and Almani Union hold you near. In memories and hearts, your legacy stays. Congratulations on your new path you'll slay. Congratulations, Sophia. You know, I always say that parents will always judge themselves by the way their kids turn out, and mom and dad, you have so many things to be so proud of. You know, the fact that you're both there, mom and dad, and you supported her, you know, every step of the way, and dad being here on those late meetings and mom watching at home. There are times where I remember one night we recognized somebody from one of the high schools, and the person that we recognized thought that Sophia was one of the adults. And I went over and told them, she's a student trustee, she's a representative, she's the voice of the entire student body. And they were just so impressed with how she carries herself and her professional attire. She's so articulate, just so respected by her peers. I got to see her in action. Here I'm running the meeting, but I've seen her run her meetings at council, and a lot of respect from her peers, from freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors from throughout the district. And we truly are going to miss you. You know, I'm sad, but then I'm also happy that you're starting another chapter in your life. And UC San Diego is very fortunate to be getting a jewel like you. So thank you so much for the service that you provided here and how you treated everybody. And I know that it all starts at home. Like Professor Torres de Segres has always taught me, your parents were your first teachers, and they did an amazing job. So thank you for loaning her for an entire year. Thank you for working so hard and always shining bright as a Rosemead Panther.
Thank you so much for all the words. I'd first like to start off by a few thank yous myself. The first one's being my parents. Thank you. With their support, yeah. They have quite literally supported me through everything, the good and the bad. And I feel so fortunate to be able to have a support system whenever I was super stressed, because this role, it does entail a lot. And there were times where I needed to talk, and they were always there, driving me. I mean, you would see here late at night, watching board meetings late at night. It was always a comforting relief I was able to then have the confidence to push myself because of their support. So that was biggest thank you. I couldn't even put it into words. The second thank you would be to the board and cabinet, Dr. Zuniga, everyone here. Thank you so much for being so welcoming. Since the moment I stepped onto the board, I felt nothing but support. I always was super informed on everything. You kept me super involved. I never felt less than as a board member because I was a student. I always felt like I was at your level. I deserved a seat. I felt like my voice was heard, and I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And a final thank you to all the students of the Almani Union High School District, and especially my Student Advisory Council. Thank you for entrusting me to be your voice. You know, I represent all of you. That is what I was elected to do. And, you know, I feel so proud to speak about the Student Advisory Council whenever I'm asked. You know, people ask, like, what is that? What do you guys do? And I feel so proud to be able to talk about them because of just how amazing they are and all their ideas they contribute. I relay it to the best of my ability, and I hope I did this role justice in your eyes, students. So thank you so much. It's honestly surreal that this is my last meeting because, you know, I entered this year super anxious about everything because it was a big role. I remember sitting with the student board member at the time of last year, Ruben, and he explained everything, and I was like, oh wow, this is a lot. But honestly, it's been the best experience. I've grown so much myself. I've felt it, and I feel ready to now move into this next chapter of my life. This experience, I'll never take it for granted. Thank you so much for playing such a vital role in my life this year. I'm so grateful. Just thank you so much.
I'd also like to call Ms. Salanitro, her principal from Rosemead High School. Please come on up and share some words. Round of applause for Ms. Salanitro.
Thank you for inviting me to come here. I was hoping you would, right? I don't even know where to begin. I mean, poised, articulate, intelligent, kind. I mean, those are just a few of the words that would describe this young lady. And such a pleasure to work with you at Rosemead. I mean, you have helped me grow. I mean, just today we were in a meeting and, just working through, how to move Rosemead High School forward. And so she's always been, yeah, let's do it, ideas and being a part. And I watched your face today. You were like, oh, this is it. I'm not going to be doing this anymore, But, just being that unifying voice and saying, whatever you want to do, I'm behind you and I support you. And for me, as a principal, what more can you ask? I mean, to have this caliber of a young person supporting you I'm getting emotional because I'm sad that you're going to go. I mean, I'm happy for you and your parents are amazing and I want to clone them and have a million more. But I mean, I'm just so excited for your next chapter in life. I know you're going to slay it. You're going to be great. And I just want to thank you personally for what you've done for me and for the school and for the district. So thank you for letting me come up. I appreciate it.
Thank you. If we could come forward and do a picture, we could get. Oh, I apologize. I am so sorry. Stay here, parents. There you go. Oh, there you go. Of course. So I apologize. So certificate of recognition for our Honorable Miss Sofia Hernandez. We proudly commend you for your outstanding service, dedication, and invaluable contributions as a student board member during the 2023-2024 school year. You have exemplified leadership, initiative, and passion in representing the voice and perspectives of the student body. Your unwavering commitment to fostering positive change, advocating for student needs, and advancing the mission of our school district has been truly remarkable. May your journey be filled with endless opportunities, success, and achievement. Congratulations from the Board of Education, the El Monte Union High School District. We also have this beautiful plaque here. It says Outstanding Service Award, Sofia Hernandez, 2023-2024, student board member, honoring you as an exemplary leader and advocate for student empowerment at the El Monte Union High School District. There you go. Absolutely. We also have her stole for graduation, and it has our logo of the El Monte Union High School District, and we hope that you wear it proudly on that special night. There you go.
Every year, the Board of Trustees also award a scholarship to our student board member because we know that a college is expensive. We know parents that. Not to buy your car though, but yeah. We're gonna get you there somehow. But anyhow, this check represents just a token of appreciation for your time spent here with us. We know that a lot of sacrifices as a teenager, you get to do a lot of fun things in the evening, but yet you're here till 9:30 at board meetings. And that's a big responsibility. But we also know that we do appreciate it, and we want to just express our gratitude with this, scholarship for you to help you with your costs and things that you can do at UC San Diego. Enjoy however you want. Okay. And in addition to that, you also have the letter that talks about that scholarship, but also the board also wanted to encourage for us to allow you to get from September, August when you started, another scholarship because there's a new law that now student board members also were able to get a stipend just like the board members do on a month-to-month basis. But it started January 1st. She started back in August, actually July. In lieu of that, we provided another scholarship for you for the entire first semester and then the other one for second semester. Okay? All right, so congratulations.
I want to point one thing out really quick before we take our photo. Can you show everybody the stole that you're wearing and read what it says on the left side there? So at all of our campuses, obviously every student receives a stole from their their home school. We also provide stoles for some of the academies, for some of the clubs. If you're a CSF member, if you graduate with honors, but there's only one stole that only one person wears in the entirety of the El Monte Union High School District, and it's that stole. Wear it with pride and congratulations again.
So yes, we'll go ahead and set up for a picture. Let's set a picture if VMA can set us up. And then after that, we'll go ahead and recess for 15 minutes, and we have some refreshments and some treats outside to celebrate everybody that we recognize this evening in your honor. Okay? Okay. Good. Good. Okay, as they're taking the final picture for Sophia, I'd like to invite the audience, if we could come on over. We have some refreshments in celebration of Dr. Gomez, the Honorable Mr. Ryan Liu, and our own trustee, Ms. Sofia Hernandez. We'll take a 15-minute recess. It is now 7:39. Again, we're going to go ahead and resume the meeting for today, Wednesday, May 15th, 2024. This is the El Monte Union High School District Board of Trustees special meeting. Again, it is now 7:39 and we will resume the meeting. At this time, if you're following along on the agenda, we are on item B8, public comments. Dr. Edward Zuniga, Superintendent of the El Monte Union High School District. Do we have any public comment cards? Thank you. At this time, I'd like to call up Mr. Francis Fong, City of Hope Blood Donor Center. Welcome to the El Monte Union High School District Board of Education meeting. Good evening. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hold it. I want to take this opportunity to recognize the importance of our partnership with Fernando Ledesma High School. Additionally, I hope to establish City of Hope partnerships with Arroyo, El Monte, Mountain View, Rosemead, South El Monte, and the adult schools in the district. Here are 3 reasons, real quick, why Fernando Ledesma chose to partner with City of Hope for their blood drives. Number 1, we are a true community partner. Unfortunately, we're all touched by cancer in some way. We either know a neighbor with cancer, a friend, a coworker, a teacher, a coach, a student, or someone closer to you, an uncle, an aunt, a cousin, or even closer, grandmother, grandfather, brother, sister, spouse, husband, wife. And it's comforting to know that right here in our backyard, we have a world-class cancer center in Duarte in City of Hope. Every drop of blood that we collect from Fernando Ledesma High School went directly to our brave cancer patients. We don't sell our blood. We don't sell it to other hospitals or pharmaceutical companies, academic centers, or biomedical companies. There's a high probability that the person you know with cancer is being treated right now at City of Hope or is using some protocol invented at City of Hope. And I can't think of a better way to support our families in the El Monte Union High School District. I commend schools that have current partnerships with other blood banks. I would never ask that schools stop working with an organization that they're happy with. What I will ask is that they add us to the calendar. There's plenty of blood to go around. No blood bank should have a monopoly of the blood supply at your school, including us. Our blood drive will not interfere with, but rather complement the importance of donating blood, offering students a choice. Hosting 2 different organizations will demonstrate that your school is inclusive, diverse, and provides equity in our community service, ultimately boosting participation. And lastly, we offer campus tours that are perfect for field trips, internships, and we have a special recognition for seniors who donate blood, as you will see at Fernando Ledesma Senior Luncheon Award this coming June. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share our partnership with Fernando Ledesma High School. I look forward to adding new blood drive partners in the district as we continue our mission to heal our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment, Mr. Francis Fong. Appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call Ms. Sarah Quesada, teacher at El Monte High School. Welcome, Ms. Quesada.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Buenas noches. So, my glasses. Here we go. Okay, Mr. Padilla delivered a passionate and creative poem that epitomizes the power and joy of education at our school. Later, my colleagues will delve into some of the incredible accomplishments and growth that we've made. And this year I can say that as a co-chair of the WASC committee, I really dug deep into the data, and there's a lot to celebrate. But the reason I'm here today is to implore that you reconsider the personnel cuts that would negatively impact the quality of instruction on our campus. I don't claim to be an expert on budgets because I'm not, but I think I might know a little bit about teaching after 35 years in the classroom. Don't tell anybody that. And periodically, we as educators find ourselves at a crossroads between balancing budget and balancing our student interests. And I know that it's not within full control of this body and the district because that's just the situation, the economic situation of our state. But in this case, the cuts that are proposed impact some of the most successful programs that we've had at El Monte. And the programs I'm speaking about are our AVID program, our English and Social Studies departments. And those have yielded a lot of success in the last 6 years and probably even further back. But those numbers will really crush or really inhibit the growth that we've seen. And I wanted to share some of those numbers, and I know that in the presentation later you'll see the statistics, but for example, our AVID program has, we've established a lot of growth in the AVID program. 81% of our AVID seniors in 2021 were admitted to a four-year college, 89% the following year, and 92% in 2022-23. Similarly, our ELA scores, due to the collaboration of English and Social Studies, have also had steady growth from 60% meeting or exceeding standard in 2022, and 66% the following year in 2023. That is an indicator of the collaboration that we have that have gotten us there between English and Social Studies. And now these are the departments that are going to be most impacted by the cuts. And not evenly, but I do want to share some of those numbers. AVID, for example, our 10th grade class is slated to have 42 students. 10th grade English, 34 and 37 averaging, and Social Studies at the 10th grade level, an average of 37 students per class. And those numbers, I understand, are part of the cuts that we have to make, but unfortunately, it is very difficult to teach with those numbers, and I know I'm going over my time. I just wanted us to reflect on the fact that all of us, and I know that I have allies here, we are all here for our students, and that we see it as a right. Our education for our students is a human right, and unfortunately, sometimes we can't bring together the budget and that right. And I'm here to ask you all to rethink the numbers and rethink the allocation of personnel. We have incredible teachers that have really contributed to the growth of the students. So to reconsider that and to remember that that is our imperative. I think we all got into education not to balance budgets, but to uplift and support our kids and to support our community. And I hope that you can take a scalpel back to the budget and maybe carve out a little bit more so that we can maintain that growth and continue to service our students and our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cera Quesada, for your public comment. At this time, can we have Ms. Cindy Wu, board member from the Mountain View School District? Thank you again for being here, Ms. Wu. I know how busy schedules are, and so we appreciate you making some time.
Thank you very much, President. So, 大家好, hola, good evening, Board President Padilla, Board of Trustees, District staff, and members of the community. As you know, my name is Cindy Wu, board member for the Mountain View School District. We have 6 K through 8 school districts in El Monte and 2 K through 8 schools in South El Monte. And our students feed into the El Monte Union High School. I'm here speaking as a community leader, proudly sharing some resources with our high school students. So thank you, Trustee Seacrest, for encouraging me to bring this to your district. This is the power of networking and bring resources. So this is what we do, right, while we're active in the community. I'm proud to share with the students in Monte High School that every student in Monte High School, if you would like, you are invited for a 10-day all-expense-paid trip that is airfare, hotel, meals, culture sightseeing tours, everything except for the passport and the visa, for a trip to go international to Beijing and Hainan that leaves on June 10th, 2024. So you'll first arrive in Beijing and then you'll go off to Hainan. And if any students could not make the June 10th, I understand the last day for school is June 5th, so it may be perfect. So it's the first time. In the past, there's been other educational or culture tours, but usually the students have to pay for their own airfare, which usually around $1,500 to $2,000. However, for the first time this year, the Department of Education oversees offering the airfare as well. So it's such a great opportunity for our students in our community. And if you cannot make the June 10th date, then you can join maybe the July trip or possibly later this year. Or if your own school district want to, or various classrooms or teacher want to form their own trips, it's all coordinatable. And the trip will be to Jiangsu, which is a third-tier city. So the big cities are Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou that everybody's heard of. But Jiangsu is a beautiful city. It will be a trip to Jiangsu and Shanghai, and these trips are supported to foster growth, culture exchange, and most importantly, the mindset of our youth, our students. And if anybody's interested, feel free to contact me. All the trustees have my information. Otherwise, they can send me an email at wu.almonte@gmail.com. And secondly, I just want to follow up. Earlier, I mentioned that we do have Mountain View School District does have a State of the District this Saturday, May 18th from 9 a.m. to 11:30 at Payne Elementary. So invite all the trustees and everyone here, everyone watching online to join us. You can RSVP at bit.ly/2024 RSVP MVSD or just send me an email. And earlier, the City of Hope mentioned blood donation. We do have a community fair coming up on May 21st from 5:30 to 7 at the Mountain View Family Center. There's going to be lots of booths with various nonprofit and giveaways, so I invite everyone to go there. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak and sharing with you.
Thank you, Honorable Cindy Wu, for your public comment. We appreciate you coming here. And yeah, if you could leave the information with Dr. Zuniga regarding the trip, what an amazing opportunity that would be. So if you could do that, that would be great.
And whoever goes on June 10th, if they could go June 10th, that's Beijing and Hainan. And they could also go on other trips, so they could actually go twice. It's two separate Department of Education planning it.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your public comment. Appreciate it. Also, we have a gentleman, Mr. Rodrigo Diaz, teacher from El Monte High School. Welcome, Mr. Diaz.
Thank you and good evening.
Good evening.
So I'm here, and again, it is so important to definitely celebrate every single one of our students. I mean, celebrate the Natalies of our district, celebrate the Rochelle's of our district, celebrate every single person that deserves that recognition. And that goes to some of the words that Ms. Sigres said earlier, and she said it best, our students are our priority, and I think that we need to think about that when like my colleague was saying, when we think about cutting, staff at certain schools and so forth, definitely when you think about higher numbers in the classroom, that takes me back to an experience from yesterday where one girl, I noticed she was acting different in my 5th period. And then I called her out, I began talking with her, and she's like, Mr. Diaz, you are not the first teacher who noticed that today, okay? But that is possible only because one is able to establish those sort of connections when there are less, pupils in the classroom. So let's keep that in mind. In addition, let's see. I would say let's try to keep as many academic options as possible. I mean, we always talk about declining enrollment. We gotta make ourselves, more appealing to students who might want to come to the district, not by cutting courses, not by, cutting supports for our ELs, for our students with, IEPs, for our students, who want to challenge themselves with those AP courses. So I really, really, really encourage you to please, please, please reconsider that to the best of your abilities, okay? Like Ms. Quesada said, I know nothing about budgets, but let's try to do something. I do see an email coming out this morning, with certificated positions. I want to see more of those, please, if possible. And yeah, for the sake of our kids, let's make sure that we start off the 2024-2025 school year as smoothly as possible. And like Mr. Padilla, you mentioned the 4 C's, and one of those C's was creativity. So let's use our creativity to support our students to the best of our abilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz, for your public comment. We appreciate it. Next on the agenda, we have item B9, communication from union representatives of EMUEA, better known as the El Monte Union Educators Association, and CSEA, the California School Employees Association. Do we have a representative from EMUEA this evening? Hearing none, I'll go ahead and ask for a representative from the California School Employees Association. Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the next item. We are now on item C, C for Charlie, oral and written communications. We are on C1, board/superintendent announcements and communications. And just for the sake of time, I'm going to go ahead and allow our student board member to report on her last report here in the El Monte Union High School District. Sophia, please take the floor. I know that you've got some tests that you gotta take, and I want to get you home as early as possible, along with your father. So please report your communications. This will be your final report as the trustee for the El Monte Union High School District, the voice of the students in this district. Sophia Hernandez, take it away.
Thank you so much, President Padilla. So yes, this is my last report. I want to go ahead and give some updates regarding our Student Advisory Council. For those who aren't aware, our Student Advisory Council is a district-wide student leadership group. We have representatives from each school, and we meet monthly to talk about district resolutions. So this upcoming Monday, May 20th, will be our final SAC meeting of the year. It'll be here at the district office, and there we have a bit of a fun schedule planned for this event, or for this meeting. We'll be covering our May resolutions briefly, just to make sure that even though it is our final meeting and we want to have fun, we do want to still make sure we're doing what we're there for, and keeping track of these resolutions and how they're carried out at our schools. So for our May resolutions, they are Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, Mental Health Awareness Month, National Teacher Appreciation Week, and California Day of the Teacher, and Classified School Employee Week. And a lot of these are already being carried out at our school sites, as it is, we're already midway through May. There have been a lot of awareness posts on social media or around campus, highlighting these Asian American and Pacific Islander notable figures. Mental Health Awareness Month, we've been having some mental health and well-being events on campus for our students to take part in. We've been recognizing our teachers via shout-outs and posters, as well as California Day of the Teacher. As well as Classified School Employee Week, we have also been making sure we are recognizing our classified employees across campuses. At our last meeting here this upcoming Monday, we have our student board member and SAC president elections for next year's term. So we will be electing the next student board member and SAC president. I'm working with the nominees, making sure that they feel comfortable and they're prepared. They're very excited. So I know this position will be in good hands, regardless of who it goes to. And they will do a phenomenal job here. And I'm very excited to then present them here to you. And finally, for my last communication, I do have some campus updates as we are wrapping up the school. So over at Arroyo High School, they're planning their last bash, which is themed Coachella Nights with a K, because Nights, Arroyo Nights. They have a Spirit Week to go along with it. They're handling next year's ASB officer elections, and they are busy planning final senior activities, so their senior sunset and their grad night, and as well as promoting seniors' acceptances to colleges. They are posting them on their social media accounts. At El Monte High School, they've had Faculty Appreciation, Spirit Week, College Decision Day on May 6th. They had to get to know different departments on campus. They are planning their Renaissance, which is Harry Potter themed, and Girls Flag Football Powder Puff game, as well as planning final senior activities. At South El Monte High School, they have been promoting their Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month on social media. They've been posting about mental health breaks that they have been giving their students who are taking APs. They're planning their final senior activities, so senior sunset and grad night as well as also promoting their college decisions for their seniors on their senior account and promoting National Teacher Appreciation Week. At Mountain View High School, they had their final food fair of the year. They've been posting and highlighting Mental Health Awareness Month and their AAPI Heritage Month, as well as the Appreciation Months and Weeks, and planning their final senior activities. Everyone's busy with seniors right now. And finally, at Rosemead High School, they have been promoting their Mental Health Awareness Month and AAPI Heritage Month. They've been posting as well about mental health wellness during AP season. They highlighted their National Teacher Appreciation Week and National Nurse Week. They're planning their Last Dance themed Live While We're Young, which is going to be on May 31st, and planning senior activities, senior sunset, grad night, and posting their college decisions as well. And all of our schools are busy preparing for graduation, so I just want to send a congratulations to all my seniors out there graduating. I hope you're all excited. I know I am. And one final thank you, as this is my last time communicating here to you on the board. I am so honored to have been able to serve here alongside all of you. I want to then again thank you for this opportunity. And yeah, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Sophia. Just know that this Board of Education, the El Monte Union High School District, will always have an open door policy for you. You're welcome to come back whenever you like. And you make every single one of us so proud, not just the board, but the superintendent, the legal counsel, and the rest of the superintendents here. We are all so proud of you. So thank you for your final report.
Thank you.
You are excused.
Thank you.
Okay, absolutely, absolutely. Dr. Zuniga, can we also make sure that she takes her name sign? Did you take your?
No, she's good to go. We're just making sure she gets
all right, all right,
and everything. So
absolutely.
Congratulations again, and we're so very proud of you and wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, and best of luck in your AP exam tomorrow. I know that you will do just great. So we send our love and affection to you and to your entire family. Thanks, Dad. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Okay, moving right along, we're going to now continue with our board announcements and communications. This is the part of the agenda C1 where the Board of Education gets to tell its constituents, and this is the part where Mr. Padilla asks, what have you done for the children of the El Monte Union High School District? Start off with my Vice President, Mr. Qui Win.
First of all, I want to, from the last board meeting, the board approved Dr. Zuniga bringing in the new assistant soup business. And I want to commend him for bringing diversity to his cabinet. And it's very important. It's very important. Like we always talk about DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And this to let people know that we not only preach, but we also practice. So that I really commend Dr. Zuniga for that. On that note, during from the last board meeting, I went to Rosemead High School to celebrate Cinco de Mayo, organized by the EL TOSA and Ms. Rojas, the foreign language chairwoman. I saw Asian ELD students integrated with Latino students, sit together and exchange knowledge to learn about the history of Cinco de Mayo and by Mexicano Loteria and won prizes. It's nice to see the diversity of students got along with one another and enjoy the event at the same time. Thank to Mr. Salanitro, her staff, and it's a beautiful scene that I have seen. I would have put it on picture, but because today we have instructional presentations, I don't want to bother with it. And I also visited Rosemead High School to visit the math, IM1, IM2, and chemistry classroom. Observe students engaging in learning, but some teachers need to improve on their pedagogy. Because even me, as a well-versed in math and science, I have problem understand what he taught. Okay, so that's the note. But otherwise, all the teachers doing good. You know, I also invited the Rosemead School District Rosemead School District Board President, John Quintanilla, to attend Encinita Elementary School. Thanks to the board president, he took me on the tour and introduced me to the teacher. And I heard so much about this school due to the fact that it had dual Chinese language immersion, and it has a robust PTSA activity and have excellent teacher. Indeed, I saw many Asian parents involved in the PTSA. This was a surprise for me. Compared to our school district, even though in some of our high school, the Asian and Latino students were 50-50, I did not see very much Asian parent involvement in PTSA. So we need to improve on this aspect. For example, we have a super PAC. All of them are Latino, so we don't have diversity in there. So that's something we need to work on, to at least to include some. Because it's very important, like President Padilla say, he also the president of EIA, El Monte, South El Monte Emergency Resource Association. He applied for the food bank, and on the application, the food bank asked, do you have diversity on your board? Who else? Just me, okay? So that's why diversity is extremely important. It's not only for Latino, but also for Asian also. So that means we should reflect the people we serve from elementary school to high school, whatever. And it's very important. You know, I myself had opportunity went to Silicon Valley and visit some of the engineering department over there for a high-tech company. I don't see any Latino over there. There's no diversity. The same thing when I went to Seattle, visit some high-tech company. Most of them are Asian, but there's no Latino, and there's no diversity. And I you know, it's a big issue. DEI, it's always been repeated: diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I also even talked to some civil rights lawyer also. It's a big issue because a lot of corporate company, they want that DEI also, but the problem is it's not there because the pool of employment, the pool of staff is not there for them to choose. So we have to improve, and they told me they have to begin from very beginning, from elementary. So when you have the DEI from the bottom, the top automatically will have it. Otherwise, this will go on and on and on and on. And that's why it's so important for me to fight on this battle at El Monte Union High School District to bring DEI to math. Because, you know, you see the disproportionate of Latino students don't make it to the higher level of math. And that I just talked to Dr. Ramirez, and she acknowledged it. It's PCC. That's the biggest problem. Most of them, when you go to PCC, they take remedial courses. And, you know, it takes them longer, and it discourages them from reaching their goal. So we have, you know, like I say, I did attend Cal State Long Beach Math Summit. They want them, once they get in, the people can graduate on time. So you don't have a bulge like we have in IM1. We have a bulge in South Monte and Mountain View School District. It gets stuck right there. So all of the higher math, you don't see very many, like IM3, AP, pre-calculus, very few. So you know, by go school visit, you can see it at your own eye. Otherwise, you just see a number. The number doesn't tell you much. It's just a number. But when you see at the school visit, you can compare. We need to improve on our DEI from all aspects. Okay, so, and also visit South El Monte, Integrated Math 1 and Math 2. And I told Dr. Zuniga, this school have a lot of challenges, especially they have newcomer that try to learn math. I went to that classroom, and you know, the teacher are very, very passionate, very compassionate to teach these newcomer from Mexico. You know, sometimes it's very hard, and they have to very much like emotionally, you know, treated them somehow. Because, we got a Mother Day, some of them missing their parents, they're here alone by themselves. So there's a lot of challenges that, that school encounter. And I empathize with, and those teachers are working very hard to meet the need of the student. And and on the other hand, they are eager to learn math, even though, with limited English. That's what I observed. And just yesterday, I and 20 Rosewood residents went to Rosewood City Council meeting, bringing the awareness to the rising crime around Rosewood High School and my neighborhood. Because the crime rate around that area has spiked so high. It's so bold, the perpetrator is so bold and brazen. And on the way, I and my wife walked to the city council meeting, we saw a crime already being committed. They broke into the store that across from the city hall, and across from it is the economic development for the food court with the rooftop dining. I told the city council, if the crime is not contained, people will leave and the business will fail. So I bring that awareness to the city council, and they all agree and they work the best. And that's very much what I did for the from the last board meeting.
Thank you, school board member, Mr. Qui Win. I just want to tell you that I really appreciate that the work that you're doing. And I know sometimes when you say things that there's area for improvement in mathematics, and that it is a diversity, equity, and inclusion and belonging issue. Those are uncomfortable things to talk about, but I give you credit for being courageous of putting it all out there and letting the public know that this is something that we, the Board of Education, cannot fix by ourselves. It's going to take the collaboration of the neighboring elementary districts, the teachers, the administrators, everybody working together. So thank you for what you do. And, the fact that you are a Vietnamese or an Asian man talking about, what is lacking for Latinos gives it just like an extra, it makes it more powerful, because it would be one thing if I'm harping on this issue. I'm a Mexican American, I'm a Latino, and it just gives it extra importance in my eyes or in my views when we have an Asian man telling me that Latino kids are not having, I know that we cannot have inclusion if we don't have equity, and we've taken on that equity fight here in El Monte Union High School District. And yes, it is uncomfortable, but I think we've gotten to the point where it's not a blame game. It's this is the data, what are we gonna do about it? And then moving forward so that nobody feels attacked. Our teachers don't feel attacked. The elementary district doesn't feel bullied or attacked by us, but what are we going to do to collaborate, communicate? And it is, we did have to look at the number of students that are in those IM1 classes, IM2, IM3. We could not continue to do what we've always done, which was to have 40, 30 some kids in those classrooms. And so we have taken a look at the master's schedules, and we have decided to die on the hill that we're not always going to please everybody, but we do need to lower the ratios in those IM1 classes, and I think that has kind of contributed to other issues that are gonna come forward. But it is what it is. We are the budget experts. We are making the best decisions that we can, and I'll just remind the public that we were a district that didn't lay anybody off. We had neighboring school districts here in this area that laid off 220 teachers. We were not that type of a district. We are actually are going to be able to hire all of the teachers that we did have to pink slip with the March 15 notice. But again, there are things that we need to do to run this district to stay fiscally solvent. And based on the ratios and the numbers that we have and the declining enrollment, I know, just rest assured that we don't just throw declining enrollment just to throw it out there. That is a reality for our school district, and we have to run this district with the finances that we have. And so we are doing the best that we can. As elected officials, we're not always going to please everybody, but please rest assured that when we make decisions, we always take our number one customer, to be right there at the forefront of every decision that we make. And again, math is the number one priority in this district. Are there a lot of needs, a lot of areas that we need to look at? Yes. But which hill has this district or this board decided to die on? Okay, read my lips. We will die on the math hill. We will have the making A plus adjustments to history. Making A plus adjustments to history in that we must change that disproportionality of Asian students continuing to excel and our Latino kids staying behind. If that makes you uncomfortable, so be it. I am unapologetic about it. We need to do something about those math test scores. We cannot continue to do what we've always done. To continue to do what we've always done is a definition of insanity, and mathematics we must change. And I've been very forceful in this area in that we in this district didn't have a common assessment district-wide. That to me was just unacceptable, and we needed to get everybody on the same playing field, or on the same ship, in that we, the board, needed to look at data with the same assessment. Prior to this year, we had the Arroyo assessment, the Mount View assessment, the Rosemead assessment, the Fernando Ledesma assessment. Everybody did whatever they wanted. And this board said, no more. You will all get on the same ship. You will all do the same assessment. We are working very closely with our neighboring school districts to create what the power standards are. Believe it or not, we've never fully identified the power standards, so that an A at Arroyo is equal to an A at Mount View, so that an A at Rosemead is an A at South El Monte, before everybody taught to their own curriculum. I'm not okay with that. We must use the curriculum that we adopted. We, the board, adopted it, but you, the teachers, piloted it. You guys piloted the program. And we went with the recommendation, and that's how we ended up with HMH. When I found out that we didn't have power standards, we told the elementary districts, myself and Mr. Quee, we visited elementary school districts, and we told them, we need your support. You need to get on board, because this is an elementary issue where we've got kids in high schools who can't multiply, who can't divide, who can't add, who can't access higher level math because those basic skills are not there. We need to talk about that. Not to blame you, it is what it is, but what are we going to do about it? Because the teachers are dealing with that in the high school. So what are the A+ adjustments that we've been making? Get one common assessment. We hired a TOSA, a teacher on special assignment, that will lead the way together with the consultant that's in the corner over there. Catalina Sainz, a Harvard graduate who works with charter schools and public schools on improving test scores. I once had the superintendent tell me to my face, Mr. Padilla, math is a problem in the whole state. I fired back to the superintendent. I have a great relationship with my superintendent. You know, we have a lot of heart-to-heart conversations, and I said, with all due respect, Dr. Zuniga, I don't care about the rest of the state. I have no power. This board has no power over the rest of the state. So what are we going to do to fix El Monte Union High School District test scores and improve them? And then once we were on the same page, we're like, okay, so what other adjustments have we done besides hiring an outside consultant to come and help us and hear from our teachers? We've done focus groups with parents, with students, because it is an equity issue, just like Ms. Quesada said. It is an equity issue because our kids don't have equity, and therefore they don't have inclusion in those higher level courses, which then keeps them away from those higher paying jobs. But identifying the power standards, creating a pacing guide so that whatever's being taught at Arroyo is also being taught at Rosemead, and that if a student moves within our district, they're still getting an equitable program. What else have we done? Benchmarks, you know, assessments. Jump in there, Dr. Rivas. I'll put you on the hot seat. What other adjustments have we made in this district in the area of math? Because that's why we hired you, because you came with that math expertise. What else have we done in terms of adjustments in the El Monte Union High School District to address some of the things that Mr. Quee Huynh was talking about?
Mr. Padilla, if I may really quick.
Yes.
And I understand
Yes.
the passion here.
Yes.
We do have a math presentation. If we could table the conversation and get back
Absolutely.
to
You know what?
communication.
You're absolutely right, Board Member Mr. Briones. Hold off on that answer, and I'll go ahead and allow Mr. Carlos Salcido to give his report.
Thank you. I wasn't at the last meeting for health reasons, but I didn't have, now that I'm here, I just wanted to take the opportunity to just thank our teachers. I know that last week was week of the teacher, day of the teacher, and next week being classified. I just wanted to thank them for everything they do day in and day out to make sure that our schools run smoothly. So
There you
thank
go.
you for that. I know in between it's like Nurses Week and speech and language pathologists. So just to everybody who works at our schools and works with our students and make sure everything runs smooth, just thank you so much for everything you do. A couple weeks back, I was fortunate to join some of my colleagues here to celebrate Royal High School at the Disneyland Hotel at their California Distinguished School. It was great to celebrate with them and just be with other schools and school districts celebrating their schools and just networking and celebrating all of our student successes and our school successes. So that was a whole lot of fun. And I'm glad that Al Monte is in the house. Yesterday, I happened to be on campus for an event with the Al Monte City School District, where our students at Al Monte City School District had an opportunity to showcase their talents right on a bigger stage. And I wanted just to thank you for your stage crew, your staff, Mr. Cuevas, for their being so accommodating to our students, who I know that they're not used to working with, students in second and third grade, and a lot of them were up, but it was such a great opportunity for especially our junior high kids who are going to be in our high schools, right, next year, just to be able to experience what it's like to be on that bigger stage and bigger lights and good equipment and sound equipment. But just please share that with your staff and thank them for being so accommodating. And just I just wanted to mention, I think it's so proud for me as a board member to sit in that crowd and hear the parents talking about how lucky they are to be there, and just to have that working relationship between school district is great. So thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Mr. Carlos Salcedo. Appreciate your words. And yes, Mr. Cuevas, you're always such a great host for any events that we have, whether it's the elementary district or Caballeros or any event. You always open your doors and you represent us well. So thank you so much to you and to your entire staff. Always make this board very proud. Thank you for being the principal at that school. We appreciate you. Again, thank you, Board Member Mr. Carlos Salcedo. Board Member Mr. Florencio Briones, and thank you for getting me back on track. I appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you. Just one item to report, not anything that I did or attended since the last board meeting, but I did come across an article in the San Gabriel Valley Tribune from earlier today. So I want to offer congratulations to Mountview High School's Vista Academy, in particular 5 students who took top honors in the national PSA competition. Those students are juniors Jacqueline Flores, Sarahi Retana, Giselle Ortiz, Mariela Cruz, and Lindsay Vargas, who won gold for their compelling public service announcement at the National Streets Are Safe for Everyone competition on May 4th, 2024. So I wanted to congratulate them, congratulate Mr. John Mann, who is the advisor of Vista at Mountview High School, for all of his hard work. And of course, once again, congratulate the students on winning this prestigious award. So I hope that we can recognize them at a future meeting. That's all I have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Mr. Florencio Briones. Appreciate that. Thanks for keeping your eyes open for positive stories about our children in this district and the great things that they accomplish. I appreciate you. And absolutely, Dr. Zuniga, if we could bring them forward and recognize them. I know you're taking note. Board Member Professor Stella Torres de Segres, can we please get your report?
Yes, thank you. I get together with Mr. Salcedo. We really enjoy a lot that great honor that we had when our high school, Arroyo High School, got one of the most important prizes that high school can get. It was in Disneyland, and my colleagues here and myself, we were there, and we enjoyed the happiness of this high school. The weekend of the 4th and 5th of May, I attended a convention for the PTA First District, and this is a time that we attend all the PTAs from Pasadena to, to Pomona. We have around 25 PTAs districts, and it is very important to see that finally the PTA is getting into the equality. We have a great group, a very big group of the Hispanics as always, and also we have a big group of the Asiatic. We have the workshops where in English, Spanish, and they are started to translate everything in Vietnamese and Chinese. PTA is enriching and gearing all the students because we need to have equality and everything with our students. It was a great weekend and very tired because we have to attend to several workshops and we have to do several things there in helping our students, but we are finally getting into that. The goal of the PTA is that one, to have all the students the same level. After that, I was very happy to attend to the last meeting that we had by Zoom for the Department of California for Girls State. Last May 6th, we have our last meeting, and our girls, especially our girls from the Monte Junior High School District, are ready to go to the program Girls State that is going to be in Sacramento, you see, and the girls are going to go from June the 24th to June the 31st, and everything is ready for them. Now, we are going to have our tea this Sunday, May 19, and this Sunday, May 19, we are going to have all the girls from the San Gabriel Valley. We have around district team, we have around 16 girls who are going to attend, and we are going to give the welcome from the video clip that the director of the Department of the Girls State from the state of California is going to send. She sent us a video clip where she explains everything that they are going to do in Sacramento. The girls are very enthusiastic, and we are going to try to do our best to give an enthusiasm to keep on going. Girls Day, as you know, is a program that the students learn all the program of what is to be a good citizen, and it's done not with books, it's done in action. And the girls have a wonderful program, and they are going to work very hard. Back in, I think that, I don't know, Dr. Zuniga, in August or September, the girls are going to come, our girls are going to come, and they are going to talk about what they learned. This program is from, as I told you, from all the girls from California, North California to Southern California. We have 500 girls. These are junior girls, the same age, all of them, and they are going to participate in this program. We have a meeting, a very interesting meeting with Dr. Sáenz and Dr. Rivas talking about the program that we have here in math, and also not only math, it was several things that we can have in giving a good education to our students. It was very, very, very important. A lot of things very well explained, and we really learned a lot in that workshop that we have. Also, we have on, when was it? Friday the 10th, we have the program the El Monte, South El Monte Chamber of Commerce has, that they invite us to be a principal for a day. Dr. Zuniga couldn't be there for a long time because he had other things to do, but we were representing, we have there, Mrs. Torres and myself, we were representing our El Monte Junior High School District. I was a principal of the day in Fernando Ledesma. That was wonderful. And I haven't been there for almost 3 months, and in 3 months, the principal did a lot of changes. The students are very happy. If you haven't visited that high school, please go and visit it. You are going to feel very proud of our high school there. This is a really good high school that is empowering our students. Students that, for any reason, had problems and they have to go there, but they learn a lot in a very, very nice way. And now we were very happy to be there. That's it, Mr. Padilla. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. So if you can see, every board member goes out and represents
Just a moment,
the
I
community.
forgot.
Yes, go
I
right
forgot
ahead.
about the very important
Sure,
thing that,
sure.
oh my goodness, I didn't write it here. The most important thing was this weekend, this past weekend, May 11th. We have a program that is called Inspire. This program it was created about 15 years ago. Yeah, it was 15 years ago when Councilwoman Vicky Martinez had, and it was for our girls from elementary school, 7, 8, 9, and 7 and 8, and then our high schools. This time we had 90 girls. Most of them, they were elementary and high school from our 5 high schools. The program was very inspiring. The program was, the first one, it was to teach the girls how to recognize who are they. It was a psychologist who was talking about this program, and she made the girls to think, to think about who are they in society. The second part was about finances. They had to follow the program that is called 50, 30, and 20, how to spend their money. They have to start doing since they are little, since they are very young. 50 is 50% of the money that they made. But many students in high school, they are working as babysitter or working in McDonald's or working in any of these places. And when they make the money, they have to have 50% for them, for the personal expenses, 30% for the things that they need to give to the society, and 20% they have to save. They teach them how to save money in a really wonderful way. And the other program that they have was how to defend themselves. They had a special lady who was making us defending ourselves and doing a lot of exercises. The girls did it very well. For the adults, it was kind of hard, but the girls did it very well. And the Krover Foundation was there too, and they help us a lot in teaching the girls how to go into business, how not to waste their time when they are teenagers, because that's the best time when they have to learn how to go into business and how to do their lives better. That was the last part. That weekend was excellent. I don't know how many ladies were there, but it was great, that program. And next year, we are going to have it again. That's it, Mr. Padilla. I forgot to that one. I have it here, okay?
Absolutely, no problem. So as you can see, there is no harder working trustee than Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. She's like, I always refer to her as my Energizer bunny. She just keeps going and going and going and going and runs circles around the rest of us. So thank you to all the board members, and also thank you to you, Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. In terms of Mr. Padilla, what have you done for the children of the El Monte Union High School District? We did have a diversity, equity, and inclusion math study session where my vice president, Mr. Qui Win, and Professor Stella Torres de Seigres and myself attended. The superintendent was there, the assistant soup of educational services, Ms. Catalina Sainz, our consultant from Harvard, math expert, and also our TOSA was there, Mr. Oh my God, I'm going blank on his name. Alejandro Sanchez Barajas was there, and they led us in a way where we could analyze our current practices for mathematics and other areas, and they gave us rubrics that we had to grade ourselves in terms of where we are in this instant when it comes to mathematics and the development. But we discussed our initiative, which is math, making A+ adjustments to history in addressing, the topic of math that I'm very passionate about. And remember this, diversity, equity, and inclusion. You cannot have inclusion if you don't have equity. I'll repeat that. You cannot have inclusion if there's no equity, okay? Because once you have diversity, equity, and inclusion, then you'll have belonging, and our kids will feel like they belong in those math classes. So that was one thing that I did. Also, thank you to my colleagues, Professor Stella Torres de Seigres, Mr. Carlos Salcido, my vice president. We did attend with the Royal High School at the Disneyland Hotel. Congratulations on their California Distinguished School recognition. Go Knights. Also, it was really pleasant to see Miss Melinda Laun Flores accompany Mr. Gabe Flores, principal of Arroyo, and it was nice to have dinner with her. It's especially nice because Miss Melinda Laun Flores will be retiring this year, so it was nice to have that dinner there and interact with her and spend some time. So congratulations to Arroyo High School for your California Distinguished School recognition. It was a very pleasant evening. Also, my foundation, I have a foundation called the San Gabriel Valley Business Leader Foundation. And I'm happy to announce that we will be giving out $12,000 in scholarships to the students of the El Monte Union High School District. And I, along with some of my board members, will be announcing those names at the different senior banquets throughout the entire school district. And it also includes Fernando Ledesma. We're always inclusive of them. Also, thank you to you, Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. You know, the work that you do around PTA, the Parent Teacher Association, you know, having been a recipient of your Golden Oak Award that you guys give out, PTA is a very special organization that has been around for years and years and years. And I know earlier we recognized the president of Pasadena City College. And yes, it was through you that I learned that Pasadena City College is one of the, or the only college that has a PTA, and it's been in the history. So thank you for sharing that piece of knowledge. How many years?
80?
80 years.
We are going to
Wow.
celebrate. Pasadena City College is going to celebrate next year 100 years of existing.
Wow.
And we are preparing a big festivity that we are going to let you know, Dr. Zuniga. And from the Pasadena City College, immediately they have the PTA, 80 years.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the work that you continue to do with them and partner with them and collaborate. Thank you for all your work with Girls State also, and teaching our young ladies to become the best citizens that they can, the best versions of themselves, and for showing them about, you know, elected official positions and how to be a mayor or a governor or an assemblywoman or a senator, board of trustees. That's right. And again, thank you for also driving with us to the California Distinguished School. Thank you, Dr. Zuniga, for driving us all in a carpool and driving the district van. And also thank you to our Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services for, you know, I know those are long evenings for you guys, but please know that the board, it does not go unnoticed that you give of your time to go celebrate for our kids and our community, in this case it being Arroyo High School. Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. Thank you for going. I know you were also our driver and everything, and at the end of your day, we still, you know, have you drive us over there, so we appreciate it, every single one of us. Yeah, and also lastly, thank you to Professor Stella Torres de Seigres for organizing the American Legion Auxiliary Districts 18, the annual California Girls State Delegates Tea. I look forward to attending this to support you and to support our young ladies, not just from the El Monte Union High School District, but I know that you've always been committed to the leadership of the entire San Gabriel Valley. And for that, I take my hat off to you, because the things that our young ladies do are just simply amazing. And you have been, whether you've been on the board or when you've been off the board, you do not take your eye off this, because young lady leadership is so important to you. And so I applaud you for all the work that you've done. I've seen how much work you've done, and I just want to acknowledge you for that. Thank you, Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. With that being said, I just want to thank our presenters that are here for being so patient. We're going to move on to item D. D as in David Segrist, one of my bosses.
I have two updates.
I'm skipping the superintendent. I apologize,
Sorry, this is just brief.
Superintendent. Go right ahead.
Just a quick written communication, and just a direction from the board would be ideal for us this evening. Just a couple of background information to provide to you pursuant to California Election Code Section 13307C12 and 13307.7. The RRCCs of office launched an online candidate, which is the actual preparation for the elections that occur, whether it's every 4 years, every 2 years. Candidate statement pilot in LA County was piloted in 2022 that allowed candidates running for county level officers to pay for a candidate statement that would be posted online. but would not be printed in the hard copy sample ballot voter guide. The pilot then became a program that was expanded to include the cities, school districts, and other local jurisdictions that were on the ballot for the March 2024 election cycle. And then for a reduced fixed fee of $279.60, online statements were published on a dedicated page, which was on www.lavote.gov website. So what we're looking now, what they are asking in preparation for the November 2024 election cycle, they are reaching, this is the Los Angeles County Registrar Recorder's Office, is reaching out to all local jurisdictions that are scheduled to be on the ballot later this year and are requesting that you confirm if our school district or school board will authorize this new option for our candidates. And if we do not intend to authorize this option, we would just respond on this email thread that we are included in. And if we will authorize this option for this coming election, then we will have to respond to this email with the confirmation part for our November 2024 election resolution file. So they're just looking for direction if the board
So let
is
me
interested in
understand the
doing that.
question. They want our district to pay $279, and for $279, any candidate or current candidates that are sitting here.
So any candidate who's going to be running an election, they have the option to purchase that online section.
They themselves for
Yes, correct.
$279.
Yeah, not the district.
Okay, and so if they pay for the $279, they will get their electronic message out, but then they can also have the paper as well, right?
That's
the
separate.
paper's
Yeah,
still there.
that's kind of that standard that everybody does.
And they'll still pay for the paper separate.
That's separate, yes.
Got it. Okay, so for me, I'm okay with candidates paying $279. I think that's extremely reasonable for elections. I'm okay for candidates paying $279 and getting their electronic profile or message out. But I'm only one board member. Board member Florencio Briones, how do you feel about that?
Dr. Zuniga, just so I'm clear, they're asking for direction from us whether or not we want to offer this option in addition to what's already been, well, we've already adopted where we say that the candidate statement would be limited to 200 words and that the candidate would be responsible for the payment for the printing. This would be another option.
Right.
So we don't need to pass another resolution.
No resolution. This is really informal. What we're asking for is, do you want to give this option to any candidate who's running, or do you just want to keep it standard where they would pay for a page that's written?
But the board
mailed
has to
out?
give direction either to keep it standard or to do this.
I'm okay with that.
You want to keep that option? Okay. And there's no cost to the district, just saying, because if we say we're not interested,
Okay,
they're not going to
so we heard
have the
from
option.
Mr. Briones, he's a go. Mr. Qui Win.
Is a go.
Okay, Professor Stella Torres de Segres, board member, Mr. Carlos Salcedo.
I'm good with that.
Okay, so you have direction.
Great,
All right.
okay. And then the last announcement today was just a highlight of yesterday evening when the South El Monte High School varsity baseball team was victorious in their semifinal win in Buena Park. So I'm excited to hear that. Last night spoke to Dr. Morales, who was just excited about his Águilas, what he's campaigning the actual
Águilas.
season with, the Águilas, and they are going now to Lake Elsinore. I believe that is scheduled for Friday at 10 a.m. ball game.
Oh,
Kind of like
wow,
one of
that's
those
pretty
Dodger
early.
early games, right? So we are supporting the school with preparing the kids to get there early. They're going to spend the night before, because they have to be on the field by 8 a.m. to prepare for that championship game. Dr. Rivas is supporting on her end to get that coordinated through her office, making sure that the kids are taken care of as well. I will be sending you the information, probably emailing you if you are happy to be available on Friday. I know most of you are working or have responsibilities, but if you are, it's at Lake Elsinore, unfortunately, so you have to get down there too. But I want to wish the South El Monte High School team the very best of luck. We're just already proud of them no matter what. They battled and battled, and now they're in the championship finals.
Excellent. That is excellent news. That is awesome. Go Águilas. Awesome, awesome. And thank you, Dr. Laura Rivas, for supporting our students. Again, we want them to feel, included, and we don't want them to feel like we don't have the support that they need, even if it's a 10 in the morning game. I'm glad that we're able to allow them to stay there, find them a place to sleep, and that we can afford that. So excellent. Thank you so much. Anything else, Dr. Edward Zuniga, Superintendent? All right, moving right along, we're going to move on to item D. Thank you so much, El Monte High School, for sitting there so patiently, listening to all the recognitions, and to Mr. Padilla ramble. Come on up, school site instructional report, student representative update, Principal Mr. Eddie Cuevas.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
And can we please thank our students for their patience?
Thank you. So this is what we do every month, guys. Sorry, this is a special board meeting. Sometimes the regular board meetings, they're even longer than this. So yeah, that's why a lot of people don't come to these. They get bored right away and they bring their phone and like do other stuff. But tonight it's all about the Lions, and you guys own the night, and we want to hear all the wonderful things that you guys are doing there. So impressed with the band, so impressed with the cheerleading. When we came out, it was like, bam, we could hear you roar. So thank you again for being here. You are the reason. If you're a student, stand up, please. Stand up if you're a student. I am speaking to you. Yes. You are the reason why we are here. All these buildings, all of us that sit here, including the superintendent, the assistant soups, everybody, I always say that you are the #1 customer. Without you, we don't need any of us. We don't need a principal, vice principal, president. We got to see that buildings are just buildings during COVID when we still had to come to work and there were no kids. You guys are what gives it the flavor, the fire, the heartbeat of without you, they're just buildings. So everything that we do in this district, it's for you, it's about you and your parents, and you are the #1 customer. Don't ever forget that, okay? Yeah. So you may be seated. We can continue.
So with that, Board President, Mr. Padilla, board members, Dr. Zuniga and cabinet, community members, guests, and to our staff at El Monte High School, to our teachers, and to all the staff that make Lion Country function on a day in, day out basis. Thank you for everything that you do every single day. I also want to thank our cheer coach again, and then also thank our band director, Mr. Quintero, along with the students, as well as Ms. Kubiak and Mr. Aguilera and their students for the artwork that is actually here presented. And we brought a little bit of Lion Country here to our boardroom today. This is the artwork that was produced for our art show this year, and we wanted to bring it here today. My name is Eddie Cuevas, and I have the distinct honor and the privilege of being a product of El Monte Union High School District, and I have the privilege of being the principal of my alma mater, El Monte High School. And that is a privilege that I have that every single day I acknowledge by working for these students here and making sure that they have every single support structure in place to make sure that they are successful and are able to go on into society and be productive members of our community. And they always come back, like all of us have come back here, to provide all of our community with the support that they need in order for us to be successful. So that is a privilege that does not go unnoticed on my behalf on a daily basis as part of my reflections. Again, the purpose of today is to be able to give our annual instructional report. One thing to highlight is that it will be a little different from what you have seen, as we are going to be able to mesh both our school culture and our instructional piece into one report. Thus, you have our students here that are going to be key pieces to the presentation. It will be a collective effort here by myself, and then we have our students here, as well as we have Ms. McClarty, our assistant principal. We have Mr. Garcia here, who is our student affairs director, Mr. Brian Covey, our assistant principal, Erica Palmer, our assistant principal that works in student services, and then of course our instructional coach back there, Mr. Sean Maher. So it'll be a collaborative effort as it relates to this presentation. This year has been a very, it's been a WASC year, and so it's been a year of reflection for us, and we've been able to reflect on our instructional practices, our culture, and so forth. So we've spent all year really just, again, writing that report and making sure that we were taking that time to reflect on our instructional practices at Almani High School.
Round of applause for going through that WASC accreditation process to El Monte High School. That's a lot of work, a lot of work, okay? A lot of work. It does not go unnoticed. And before I forget, because we always get a bunch of goodies, and then we'll go home, we're like, hey, we forgot to thank them. Thank you for all the goodies that you've provided, the sweatshirts, the candy, everything that the children and the family from El Monte has brought to us. We are all truly grateful before we engage in the presentation. And we forget, gracias, mil gracias por todos los que nos dieron esta noche. Lo apreciamos mucho. We appreciate it a lot, every single one of us. I speak on behalf of my entire board.
So each of the board members received, again, a sweater, but they also received the key to Almani High School.
Yes.
Right?
Yes,
There's
yes.
a key to Almani High School, and that's a key that will allow you to come to our school and find your work. But again, we'll come back to this at the end of our presentation. So again, today is our annual report. So I'm going to start off the presentation with framing the presentation. This is, we want to be able to model what we do on a day in, day out basis at Almani High School. So the objective of this presentation is by the end of this presentation, the audience will understand Almani High School's culture, instructional progress, and where the school is headed for the following school year. The language or closing task. The audience will collaborate utilizing one of the prompts in order to gain clarity related to the presentation. We've also given you some sentence stems, right? A question I have from the above presentation is, I would like more information regarding, right? So these are your sentence frames that we will be coming back to at the end of the presentation. But with that, I want to go ahead and hand it off to the true stars, our MCs for tonight, and that is student Genesis Hernandez and Tia Patel.
Good evening, Board President and honored board members. My name is Genesis Hernandez, and I am the ASB President at Almani High School.
My name is Tia Patel, and I'm a senior at Almani High School. This evening, Genesis and I are extremely excited to share how student life is in Lion Country and how we and our fellow Lions excel in academics and extracurriculars by finding our roar.
Before we begin, we know this board meeting can't take place at Almani High School, but we found a way to bring our home to you, to make everyone feel a part of our Lion Country.
Hi, welcome to Almani High School, founded in 1901. This is the first high school built in the city of Almani. Come with us on a campus tour as we explore this amazing building that the school has to offer.
Behind us, we have the clock tower building, or the main building, where our English, Spanish, French, and drama classes take place. We also have our principal's, attendance, and counselor's office.
Here we have our quad, the center of our campus, where we have dances, activities, club rushes, and much more.
We also have our library behind us, which offers computer services and tutoring services. Building P is our newest building, which offers different core classes as well as electives. Almani High School has many electives that can help guide your future interests and careers.
Here you can find art class, auto shop, journalism, and yearbook, but these are not the only electives we have to offer.
Here, we have our historic Almani Auditorium. This is where you are sitting. In this building, we offer different electives such as band, orchestra, choir, guitar, and piano.
Let's hear our a cappella choir.
Oh my God, that sounded amazing. Now let's hear it for our band.
That was really good.
Here at the auditorium, we have our performing arts, concerts, and assemblies as well.
This is our social science building, where in a few years you will have to take your required courses of Gov, Econ, and History.
We have arrived at the science building. Here you'll find classes such as physical science, biology, chemistry, and physics. Behind this building, we have the math building. The math department has many different subjects that you will be taking throughout your years here. Here's our business building. Here we have many key classes to help teach us essential skills, where you can take classes such as coding and intro to business. There are also math and science classes in this building. Jess, are you feeling a little hungry? Actually, yes I am. Well, I have the perfect place for you. This is our cafeteria. Here you can pick up your breakfast and lunch. It's newly renovated and has a lot of art of what Almani used to look like. If you're ever feeling unwell, never be afraid to stop at the health office. At Almani High School, we prioritize mental health. If you ever feel like you need a break, please feel free to stop by our wellness center. Inside this gym, we hold many activities throughout the year. Our PE department also holds classes here. In the gym, we also have school dances and sports such as volleyball. Let's see them play. Our basketball team is in season. Let's see them in action. Wrestling is also competing. Let's see one of the matches. The weight room is used throughout the whole day. We offer a body conditioning class during school. Let's see how that class looks like. All of our sports use the weight room throughout their season. But don't worry if you don't participate in a sport or don't have a body conditioning class. You can still work out after school. We have the weight room open for everyone after school. The back courts have multiple basketball courts where you can play during lunch or after school. We also have our tennis courts. This is where our tennis team practices and competes. And right next to it, we have our softball fields. The softball field is home to our girls softball team. Their season is about to start. Let's wish them good luck. This stadium is home for assemblies, football, cross country, soccer, and track and field. We also have our new school year assemblies at the stadium. Friday Night Lights is also an experience that everyone should have. Every Friday we gather to support our football team in their season.
I'm high above, feel all the love, no one to trust, no one but us. I'm high above, feel all the love, no one to trust, no one but us. I'm high above, feel all the love, no one to trust, no one but us.
Cross country practices and competes on the track. Let's see some of the races.
Only thing that's on my mind is who's run this town tonight. Yeah, I said it, we are. This is Rock Nation. Pledge your allegiance.
Soccer also takes place in this stadium. Soccer season is in action right now. Please stop by to watch any of the home games. Let's see them in action.
I'm high above, feel all the love, no one to trust, no one but us.
Track and field is one of our biggest sports programs we have here at Almani High School. Every year we host an alumni meet where our athletes compete against our staff and alumni. This is our baseball field. Here, our baseball team practices and competes. Baseball season is coming up, so please be sure to stop by.
Hope you enjoyed this tour. See you soon, and welcome to Lion Country. Getting to know our school is the first step to finding your roar. Whether we are hosting our annual Spiritful 8th grade preview day or welcoming the WASP committee to our campus, this is how it's done.
Hi, welcome to Almani High School.
The heart of our beautiful campus. The heart of our beautiful campus lies in our outstanding Lions, who kicked off the 2023 to 2024 school year on August 17th with a spirited welcome facilitated by our band and cheer. We continued the welcome back celebrations with our annual blue and white rally.
Being a part of the Lion family has been a special experience for me, especially as a transfer student. I realized that the Lion spirit never dims down, it's always shining bright, and we saw that this year, continuing on the school year with a spectacular homecoming in a city beyond the stars, one of our biggest events of the year. But it takes a lot of work to pull off a big event like Coco, but no task is too small for our ASB.
Our school's activities in ASB are where we found our passion for leadership. Being a part of ASB for the past 4 years has given us a sense of purpose and allowed room for personal growth, enabling us to help others pursue their goals of being involved and engaging in school events and activities. We believe that ASB is the core of our students' campus lives as it encourages them for academics and extracurriculars.
Our leadership days at Ledesma High School and the magical Disneyland served as a true opportunity for our Lions to improve and gain new leadership skills, which motivated them to step forward, allowing them to gain confidence in taking charge at school events. Come see our Lions in action as we escape into the wizarding world next Friday, May 24th.
El Monte High School is also home to 29 athletic teams, including football, basketball, wrestling, and soccer. Cross country and track are where I found my passion for sports. What's truly special about these two sports to me and any other sports on our campus is that here at Lion Country, we are more than just a team. It's like being part of a family, and I know, Tia, you can agree with me. That's why, together, we are one.
Shout out to our boys and girls soccer teams for bringing home the title of Mission Valley League champions, along with our wrestlers and track and field athletes who were named SGV champions and represented us at CIF. We are very proud of you.
In Lion Country, there's something for everyone's interest. For instance, we have our Mighty Award-winning band and color guard, along with musical groups like our outstanding a cappella and choir, which you have received a glimpse of tonight and at all other school events.
We can't forget about our cheer team who won JAMS Nationals. Thank you to our band, color guard, and our cheer team for always carrying the Lion pride.
Wow, talking about performing arts really makes me proud. Now, let's talk about our students' academic performance. Here at El Monte, we not only like our students to perform well in their academics, but reward them for performing to their best of their abilities. One award that really motivates is the Star Lion, where teachers nominate one student each grading period for their hard work. However, academic success is incomplete without attendance. And what motivates me is the attendance incentives that reward me.
Due to the unwavering support from our teachers at El Monte High School, our Lions have represented us throughout the state and been a part of historical events. For instance, I would like to recognize the following 2023 boys and girls state delegates who participated in the first ever co-ed Boys and Girls State program last summer at Sacramento State University. Samantha Huang, Ziki Yang, and myself, Tia Patel.
Wow, Tia, I feel like you've done a lot. Are you not tired?
Honestly, I do it because I love it, but I do appreciate a little break here and there.
You know what, I agree. You know what I think is a great place to take a break and relax?
Where?
Our Wellness Center, which is known to be a great place where students can go and take a break when needed.
Our Wellness Center also hosts lunchtime activities each month promoting awareness about topics like mental health, teen dating violence, World Kindness Day, and much more.
But wait, the excitement does not stop there. The 2023 to 2024 school year has had some amazing highlights, like our first ever International Week.
The week of December 4th, we hosted an International Week where we celebrated holiday traditions around the world with activities, spirit weeks, and a cultural food fair at the end of the week. Personally, this was a special event for me as the only South Asian student on campus because I felt included and was able to share more about my culture with my peers.
And let's not forget, it snowed at El Monte High School for the first time in forever.
That was my favorite part.
We've had some exceptional events this school year which truly made our school year special. From our Friday night lights to our snowy winter day to helping 8th graders find their roar, student and teacher contests, and prom.
As the class of 2024 gets ready to turn their tassels on June 5th, we asked our fellow graduating seniors about their past 4 years in Lion Country.
These Lions took pride in their academic and extracurricular excellence, along with their traditions that were carried out and reflected upon their years in Lion Country, and acknowledged their personal growth as they advanced to college.
Together, as a family, our teachers help us value the principles of tradition, pride, and excellence as we set goals to succeed in our academic, interpersonal, personal, and career goals.
Now, we would like to turn it over to Mr. Covey and Mr. Mahart for the instructional report.
Good evening, board members and cabinet. My name is Brian Covey. It has been an honor to join the El Monte High School community this year and have the opportunity to work alongside such a dedicated group of teachers, classified staff, and administrators. I've been pleased this year to discover that I joined a community of educators that are engaged and collaborative, student-centered, and doing student-centered work. El Monte High School has a strong sense of history, community, and school pride. The teachers and staff care deeply about the students and are committed to their academic and social emotional well-being. It is a privilege to be here tonight. At this point, I would like to introduce our instructional coach, Sean Maher, to share some of the work that has been happening at our school this year.
Excellent.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I'm Sean Maher. I'm the instructional coach at El Monte High School. I have been for several years, and I'm very happy to be here. This year was a WASC year, and we always actually look forward to having WASC years. It's a great time for reflection. I've been through several WASCs in my time at El Monte High School, and each time we have refined what we do, and this year was no exception. Under the leadership of Ms. Sara Casada, who was here earlier, and Ms. Vanessa Rodriguez, who is still here, we had a really nice WASC experience this year. And they led us through several various different parts of the WASC process, the first of which was revising our profile of a lion. We've revised this multiple times in my nearly 30 years at this school site, and each time I feel as if we get a little bit closer to what our target is, and we get more information as we go along, and we revise accordingly. And that's one of the nice things about El Monte High School that I really appreciate, is that we don't stand still, and we're always looking for ways to improve. In particular, one of the major elements that contributed to our WASC revision this year had to do with the pandemic and thinking about what our vision for our school is and what our purpose is. And while a lot of our vision and our purpose are very similar to what they were previously, we've really tried to incorporate much more equity, inclusion, and social emotional learning and those skills that really became apparent during the pandemic. And we want to make sure that we are responding to the needs of our students in this time post-pandemic that is so critical to them. And so we went through a process and we collaborated together in order to make changes that everybody was happy with and that we would really use as our guide for the next several years. We came up with our instructional focus for the year. We knew, knowing that it's a WASC year, that we would not have the same focus as in years past and the same amount of time, because we would be limited, but we knew that we wanted to refine what we were working on last year since the last time we presented at the board. I'm going to go over some of that. And we knew that we would be adding to what we already did. In particular, we wanted to refine the way that we work with student discussions. We looked at teacher clarity and collective efficacy before, but we wanted to refine that based on the work from Hattie. We know that we want to continue supporting our EL students. All of our students in one way, shape, or form are English learners, even if they're native language speakers, and everybody, native English speakers, and everybody can use language support, myself included, and my only language is English, and I can use English support. And so we wanted to continue working with that by having consistent content and language objectives that were very clear for our students and give them ample opportunities to practice speaking. And so we had a renewed effort, which I'll talk about with our school-wide designated ELD that we tried to do through our What Do You Think program that I'll get into more deeply. And then also this year we wanted to continue with our collective efficacy by doing more frequent walkthroughs, and I would say that Mr. Covey will be speaking about our walkthrough program this year that greatly expanded. We've been doing our own walkthroughs in addition to the district walkthroughs the last several years, but we really expanded it this year to include all sorts of teachers, and we did a lot of visits, and there is nothing like going into a classroom in order to see just what's going on and being able to experience the good stuff that our students are able to experience on a daily basis.
I think Mr. Qui Win agrees with that statement right there, that last one about visiting the schools and seeing that. He's been going in there, and it's one thing to get a report and it's one thing to go see it.
There is nothing, since we're talking about that, very briefly I'll mention, I've used this example multiple times because it really stood out to me last week. I was in a teacher's classroom visiting last week. I'm just mentioning her name is Martha Ramirez. I think that she was here, but she left. It was 8:40 in the morning, and her students were engaged, active. They were smiling at 8:40. School had started 10 minutes before. And we have to replicate that in all of the classrooms in our district, in all of the classrooms in the state, because she's just a great model for how to get students involved. And the biggest thing was the smiles. If students are smiling, you know that you've got them, and you can do so much with that. And she is consistently that way. We have so many great teachers that are like that as well, and we obviously welcome everyone to come and see it for themselves. Back to this. We want to make sure that we are not doing things in a vacuum without getting input, so we surveyed teachers last year. The number one thing that came up was that engagement that I was just talking about. We want to find ways to engage our students so that they know that we care about them, that we have things for them that are exciting in order to open up the curriculum for them so that they feel welcomed and so that they make connections with each other. We also wanted to really make sure that we continue working on student speaking strategies and give support to our English language learners. Like I said, all of our students are English language learners, whether they speak another language or not. They are learning academic language. They are learning how to use that effectively, and we need to give them support in order to have that happen. In particular, with 85% of our students also speaking another language at home, we want to make sure that those students in particular are getting the support that we need, and we've had all sorts of help with our EL TOSA, whom I'll mention in a moment, and support from the district from that in order to make that happen as well. We also don't want to just focus on what the teachers are concerned with and what they're interested in. We want to make sure that we're getting information from our students as well. And when we surveyed students, the number one word that came up was motivation. It's been very, very challenging, as anyone in education would attest, in particular since the pandemic, in order to right the ship, as it were, in relationship to the ways that students are motivated at schools. And so we got information from the teachers, but we also absolutely wanted to get information from our most important people, and that's our students. By putting those two things together, we came up with our goals for the year, which were to increase student engagement and motivation, increase academic talk in every classroom, and continue to work on school-wide designated ELD. So I mentioned earlier that one way that we've done this is through a program that Ms. Nari Bernthal, our EL TOSA, who's quite exceptional, has created. This was something that she kind of created on her own years ago, and we've expanded it quite a bit. During our Lion's Den time, which is a 12-minute block of time that we have every day right between first and second period, it's attached to the second period. Our teachers are given a full array of lessons that they can work with on a topic each month, and we've presented about this before. The very first one that we did this year was related to student motivation, so that not only can students learn about student motivation, but so can teachers, and collaboratively they can work to understand ways that they can be more engaged and motivated at school. So what do you think supports are there in terms of academic language development? So we have various different readings that are available for the students at different lexile levels in case they're still in the process of learning how to read at the high school level. There's a facilitation guide that Ms. Bernthal puts together that goes through step by step these model lessons that are extremely helpful, not only in getting through the what do you think curriculum, but also as model lessons for the teachers to use when they are creating their own lessons in the classroom. And she tries to always create something that's going to be of interest to the students, as well as giving opportunities for the social emotional learning that we are concerned with as well. So some of the topics this year are things that probably everybody in here would be somewhat interested in, from ChatGPT to how to break bad habits. And she always has something that's just this very nice package that hits on all of the different areas of language, and it's also an opportunity for a school-wide conversation that everybody is sharing. We've worked on our, since our last presentation, we presented at the last time that we presented at the board, we had just introduced SMART E criteria for our content and language objectives, and we've been doing content and language objectives as part of the SIOP protocol for over a decade now, but this is really the nugget of a lesson in any particular day. We always absolutely want to address some sort of skill that is tied to a standard that the students need to learn, but we also want to make sure that we are helping students develop their language skills, whether it's reading or writing, speaking, or listening. If we can bring both of those things together, not only will the curriculum be accessible to them, but they will be able to master the curriculum and share that information with each other as well. I like to think of it as where these two things come together, it's opening the door to the content and to their language development. The content and language objective presentations that we've done, we've created a quick little handout for teachers so that they can have a cheat sheet of sorts that asks them to not only be very, very clear in what their content objective is and tie it to a standard using higher level thinking skills that they'll be expecting their students to use, but also to have a language objective that is going to allow them to give some sort of a closing task, an exit ticket, some sort of formative assessment, and there will be some sort of language support, whether it's a academic vocabulary, if it is sentence frames or questions that are targeting the learning for the day, we want to make sure that they have that. From the very beginning of this presentation, we called it Framing the Presentation, which is based on framing the lesson from the Fundamental 5. We started using this back when Ms. Torres was still our principal at our site. We're still using that to this day because it has elements that are good for any type of instruction. And so we've incorporated our revised SMART E content standards into the framing of the lesson. SMART E is simply an acronym that's very similar to SMART goals, if people are familiar with those, in which we are asking people to be very specific, do something, ask their students to do something that's measurable, think about the previous learning and will this be attainable for the students based on the sequence of what they're working on. It should be relevant. There should be some sort of time frame involved, and we want them to think about every single student, whether it's our highest performing students in the class or the students who have special considerations that we want to make sure that we are keeping in mind as we are expecting them to do high quality work and using high academic language. We mentioned that whether it's Costa's level of inquiry or Bloom's taxonomy or the depth of knowledge, we want to make sure that we are asking students to do the tough thinking, the tough writing, the tough speaking. And that's only going to happen if they are doing something with the information that they're learning in their standards. And so we want to, as much as possible, it's not always going to necessarily always be the case, but as much as possible, we want to be in those higher level DOK level 3 or 4 areas where students are taking information and they're extending their learning based on their new knowledge. So we went through extensive training with our staff and we asked them to revise content standards. So here are some examples of content standards. Now these are from last year. Somebody was looking at this and we don't use Delta Math anymore, but this is from last year. And so in this very first one, by the end of class, that's asking for a specific time. We will be able to solve quadratics through completing the square. There's a standard right there and it's very specific. By answering one of the Delta Math practice problems correctly. That's measurable. They either were able to do it or they were not. At the end of that, it says ARE. We want to make sure that this is attainable, that it relates to the previous learning, that they are already prepared for this, that it's relevant. It should be, because it should be related to the standards that they're concerned with. And are we thinking about every single student? If we are doing that by the time we get through our content objective, we should be asking our students to do difficult things, but in a way that it is clear for them to do it. One way that they could possibly demonstrate is in the closing task in which they do something using language of some sort. We don't want to just throw our students out there and let them fend for themselves, and so we will want to make sure that as much as possible we give them some prompts or we ask them to use the new vocabulary that they're learning in their final task or a formal assessment or formative assessment that's coming to them at the end of the lesson. So in math, as an example, I will justify my answer using mathematical reasoning and academic vocabulary by choosing one of the following sentence frames. And so we give them a way to get started, even in trainings that I've been in, and I'm just barely out of my 20s. It's nice to be able to be given a way to start. I've done tons of share outs, but if someone tells me exactly how to start my response, it gives me a head start on the path to doing that. And so I appreciate it, and I'm positive that our students do as well. So teachers, their response to the training that we've done with them has been very positive. We know that we've been using content and language objectives for quite some time, but it is not a one and done thing with our teachers. We have staff that is new in the time that we first started with content and language objectives. And we have staff who can build habits that they want to change over time because they're always looking for that continuous cycle of improvement. And so they've been very happy to have that added support in terms of content and language objectives. Additionally, it's nice that we're continuing on with this with our instructional focus at the district level. And so I feel as if we have kind of not a head start, but we're on the same page as the district when it comes to this. Another thing that we worked on this year is we talk about data all of the time, but we need to be able to know what data that we're looking at, and we need to have some way of taking that data and doing something with it. And so multiple times we have used this data protocol tool where we look at some piece of data. In this case, this is an example from something that we did related to some panorama data that we got related to the students and their engagement and growth mindset. And we looked at that data. We tried to determine what it meant, and then we decided what we should do about that. And we've been practicing using this tool in school-wide things, department things, and even course-level things, meetings, in order to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our students, and we have a system that we're putting everybody through so that they can have a tool that they can rely on, so that they can come up with a statement. Down at the bottom, we have a statement that says the data show that. This may suggest, an implication is, and so we will try. If we follow a format like that, we have a much better chance of using real data in order to end up with real results. Some of the data that we've looked at is anything from attendance to the panorama surveys of both students and staff, youth truth, the other teacher surveys. We have looked at grade data. We've looked at all of our CASP data, whether it's CAST, LPAC, or the SBAC information, formative assessments, graduation data, college application, all sorts of different data that we're looking at in order to determine what our next steps should be.
All right, so as we heard earlier this evening, a little while ago, we have continued to experience growth on the ELA portion of the SBAC, and with an increase from 60 to 66% from 2022 to 2023, as is shown in this chart. Our English and social science departments have collaborated very closely, both in their departments and in their course-alike teams. And that's a key to, we believe that's a key to this growth. They've worked closely to identify the essential standards that all students are expected to learn and align both horizontally and vertically in support of student success. They also work to develop common assessments in order to collect standards-based performance data that can drive planning and instruction. We believe that teacher collaboration is a key driver of student success, so our teachers are continuing to do this work this year and moving forward. Let's see. Great. Math has continued to be a challenge for our students, and we have a team of dedicated and collaborative math teachers who are committed to helping all of our students achieve at high levels. They are focused on building their capacity to collect and analyze data, student performance data, and make adjustments to their curriculum and instruction based on what the data reveals. And we will continue to support them in this critical work. Mr. Maher mentioned earlier that about our classroom walkthroughs. So one of the areas of focus this year has been to, in addition to the district walkthroughs, at El Monte High School, we've conducted numerous walkthroughs of our own, focusing on bright spots, and we're the springboard for positive discussions about instruction that works. Starting with members of our new teacher support group, as well as including veteran teachers, we visited dozens of classrooms throughout the year. In addition to these visits, Our core department chairs also visited classrooms to see how the instructional focus was being implemented and to get ideas for their own departments. And as we discussed just a few minutes ago, this is a critical, I think, component, getting all of us into classrooms as much as possible, providing opportunities for teachers to get out and see other practices and instruction that are taking place around the school. I mentioned focusing on the bright spots. We wanted to be intentional as we embarked on classroom walkthroughs about highlighting the good things that teachers were doing in their classrooms. So we embraced this idea of focusing on the bright spots to frame our classroom walkthroughs. We learned the idea of bright spots from Elena Aguilar in her book Onward, which we were using with our new teacher support group. And so as we walked through classrooms, we would debrief. We'd spend a few minutes in the classroom and debrief afterwards, starting with the question like, what were the bright spots? What were the things that really great examples that you saw in the classroom? How are our teachers engaging our students in learning? Are students engaged in structured academic discussions? How do our teachers create warm and inclusive learning environments? Examples of structured academic discussions that we saw in some of the walkthroughs we did included think, pair, share. Some teachers used the fishbowl or inner-outer circle to facilitate classroom discussions, or as we see in these photos here, station rotations where students are moving around the classroom in groups with different sets of reading materials and writing materials to engage in with one another. So lots of movement, lots of talking, lots of thinking, discussion, and then also an example of a strategy to get students moving around our appointment clocks and with prompts that are posted on the room. These are both examples from our ELD history classes, a 10th grade and 11th grade classroom. So really powerful work being done in the classrooms. We got feedback, some of the feedback from our teachers that did participate in our walkthroughs. Things like, they were seeing techniques for grouping students together, such as the appointment clock, strategies for engaging students in the ELD classroom, opportunities to see similarities and differences between instructional approaches across different disciplines. And then also we got feedback that just the practice of participating in walkthroughs was a validating and encouraging experience for teachers who can see like, oh, well, this teacher's doing that too. That's great. It kind of reinforces some of the good things that are happening. In addition to the work with that particular group with those walkthroughs, we began to do some work with our content specialists as well. Sean and I began to meet with them with the purpose of building our site-level leadership capacity. We met to practice our process of data analysis, which he shared with you all a few minutes ago, reviewing key data points from our school and engaging one another in dialogue about what the data tells us about our work in our departments and school, including areas of strength, as well as gaps that we need to address. We also introduced a process for course-alike teams to begin to identify the essential standards that students are expected to demonstrate that they have learned as a result of instruction, and began exploring the importance of having gradated rubrics that can be used by teachers and students to assess growth. Finally, we visited classrooms, as I mentioned, and observed teaching and learning with the intent of working towards a shared understanding of what high-quality instruction looks like, sounds like, and feels like. So with that said, where are we headed? So as Sean mentioned a few minutes ago, under the leadership and dedication of our WASC co-chairs, Vanessa Rodriguez and Sarah Casada, and our focus group leaders, we've developed an action plan that will propel our work forward into next year and beyond. And components of that, there's 4 different components of that, 4 different goals in that action plan. Number 1, we will continue to develop school-wide systems of accountability that will help us to analyze a wide range of quantitative and qualitative data and identify our areas of strength and opportunities for growth towards our ultimate goal of ensuring that all El Monte High School students achieve at high levels. The second goal is we will continue to focus on developing our capacity to engage all of our students in rigorous, data-driven, standards-based instruction and literacy and numeracy, school-wide, departments, course-like teams, all of those different groups. Goal number 3 is related to equity. We will continue to pursue equity at El Monte High School so that every student gets what they need every day to develop the knowledge and skills to be ready for college and/or a career. And finally, 4, we will continue to grow our capacity to center the academic, social, and emotional needs of our students so that all El Monte High School students feel supported and have a deep sense of belonging as a valued member of our school community. So now, back to the real stars, our students, Genesis and Tia.
Just a side note, Mr. Padilla, we love your sweatshirt that you have on right now.
I agree. We love our
I
line merch.
knew you would. I knew you would like it. That's why I put it on, just for you guys. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
But wow, Tia, I don't know about you, but I really feel supported in my academic goals after hearing all this.
I agree with you. I feel that support every day when I go to class. Now, we would like to introduce 3 students who will share their personal experiences of how they found their roar in Lion Country. First, we have Rochelle Conde.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Rochelle Conde, and I'm a senior at El Monte High School. I found my roar in focusing on my academics and pushing myself to join the group of top students at El Monte High School. I took many vigorous courses, AP courses, and enrolled in dual enrollment classes. I pushed myself to become one of the top students in my graduating class and served as a role model for my underclassmen. My academics aided in my involvement with prestigious academic clubs such as Laurels, the National Honor Society, PCC Upward Bound, and has helped me serve as a delegate for the American Legion Auxiliary California Girls State. I have always focused on academics, and El Monte High School has served as a helping hand in providing tutoring hours, dual enrollment, AP classes, and career technical education. Focusing on my academics has helped me earn my spot as valedictorian and a prospective student at UCLA. Thank you.
Now we have Diego Acosta.
Hello, I am Diego Acosta, and I am a senior at El Monte High School. El Monte helped me find my roar was due to the clubs that they offer. I have been in baseball, AVID, and Acadeca on my shit. And all 3 have taught me things like teamwork, training/studying, and how to put in the effort and how to endure hardship. With baseball, I learned how to work with others, how to function as a team, and how to communicate efficiently. In AVID, I learned how to study as efficiently as possible, experience new things like visiting colleges and appreciating their beauty, and gaining deep knowledge about how they work and how colleges are. And lastly, being in Acadeca taught me how to analyze books and look for the deeper meaning in them, how to study independently, and how to have a more professional conversation. It was due to El Monte that I found my roar, which was how to work hard.
Now we have Natalie.
Hello, everyone. Buenas noches. My name is Natalie Trigo Lopez, a senior at Monte High School. I immigrated to the U.S. from Guadalajara, Mexico, in the middle of the pandemic in July of 2020. In the beginning, it all felt uncomfortable and scary, especially the fact that I had to learn a whole new language. However, with time, I was able to find my roar at Monte High School. In 2022, 2 years after my arrival, I reclassified from English learner to fluent English proficient. I enrolled in clubs and programs such as Laurels, Local Lions, which I'm president of, AVID, and Upper Bound Harvey Mudd. These extracurriculars gave me the chance to feel something that I hadn't felt in a long time. I felt like I belong. Furthermore, I found my roar in the support and encouragement of my teachers, which has been one of the best parts of my high school journey. Without them, I don't know where I would be. Furthermore, soon I will take my roar with me to my dream school, Georgetown University, which has offered me a full scholarship to attend. EMHS has empowered me to reconstruct who I am and to become better with the help of those around me. Thank you. Have a great night.
Now, let's hear from our lions back in our den as they share how they found their roar at El Monte High School.
Hi Lions, I'm Vanessa Miranda, and I was able to find my roar here at El Monte High School through joining a prestigious club called Laurels, where I was able to build sisterhood and help my community.
Hi, my name is Tia, and I found my roar through joining clubs like the American Red Cross and National Honor Society because they allowed me to help those around at school and in my community. These clubs also allowed me to advance to leadership positions, which taught me how to create valuable relationships with my peers.
Hi, my name is Kaylee Perez, and I found my roar by joining the EMHS cheer team. Being a part of this team has helped me create new friendships and has helped me build my skills as an athlete and as a leader by being cheer captain.
Hi, my name is Kevin, and I found my roar through band. Being part of band has allowed me to meet new friends, create new memories, and also develop my leadership skills as the band's head drum major.
Hi, my name is Genesis Hernandez, and I found my roar through ASB, as it gave me a sense of purpose and allowed room for personal growth, which has enabled me to help others pursue their goals in being involved and engaging in school activities.
Hi, I'm Jessie Lopez, a senior here at El Monte High School, and I found my roar by joining the amazing soccer program, where I was able to learn about commitment, hard work, and dedication.
Hi, my name is Hayden Nguyen, and I found my roar through track and field, where I compete for hurdles, sprints, and jumps. Track and field has given me the motivation to be the very best and create many valuable friendships.
Hi, my name is Amber Fan, and I found my roar in cross country because of the good friends and memories I made throughout my season. The welcoming community and supportive coaches helped me enjoy and succeed in this sport.
Hi, my name is Owen, and I found my roar through baseball. I am varsity captain, and baseball has shown me many ups and downs. I was able to make new friendships and just a way to connect with the whole team.
Hello, my name is Damian Hernandez, and I was able to find my roar by joining the boys basketball team, where I met my amazing teammates who showed me what it was like to be part of a team and a second family. By joining this team, I also developed great leadership and communication skills, which I know will help me in the future to come.
Hi, I'm Elisa Gonzalez, and I found my roar through joining varsities volleyball, softball, and soccer and creating everlasting memories through the sports I love.
My name is Brandon.
I'm Adrian.
And this is how we found our roar. I found my roar by experiencing sports for the first time at El Monte High School, by meeting new people and growing as a person and as an athlete.
I found my roar through facing different levels of adversity with my brothers, and hopefully I became a good enough role model for guys like this.
Hi, my name is Tuan, and I find my work through engineering because it is a great outlet for my creativity.
Hi, I'm Lila Sue, and I found my roar through the bonds and relationships that I built with my fellow classmates in Acapella.
Hi, my name is Ariel, and I found my roar by joining the softball team. I found a lot of amazing people that can help and support me in any possible way.
Hi, my name's Nathan Wynn, and I got my roar by hanging out with lots of the students during lunch and catching up with them and being their friend.
Hola, mi nombre es Oliver García y encontré mi rugido a través de atletismo, cross country, wrestling y mecha, lo cual me ha ayudado a desempeñar habilidades de liderismo y apoyo mutuo con mis compañeros.
Here at El Monte High School, you can find your roar,
what makes you different and what makes you aligned.
whether it's sports, academics, or clubs.
We would like to give a huge thank you to Coach and El Monte High School alum Felix Alfaro, who filmed and edited both of the fantastic videos that we showed tonight. And finally, thank you to honored board president and board members for allowing us to showcase our Lion pride.
Absolutely, absolutely.
El Monte High School is a special place. There's no place like it. I'm a little biased, but there is no place like El Monte High School.
Right.
So I want to bring us back to our initial starting point, our initial frame, and ask the board, right, do we have any questions regarding what we are doing at El Monte High School?
Absolutely. Thank you, Principal Mr. Eddie Cuevas. There is no place like El Monte. Truly enjoyed the two young ladies that were up there. I'm horrible with names, but I love the animation. Just you made us laugh. You made us feel it, and you definitely found your roar, and you represented your school really well. And I'm so impressed. You know, when I come to these meetings, even though it's late at night right now and I'm so tired, again, you always remind us of why we do the work that we do, and your energy is electrifying and infectious. And thank you for being the young ladies that you are, the amazing leaders. And to the young lady from Guadalajara, felicidades. Yo vengo de Jalisco también, de Puerto Vallarta, y yo entiendo cuando vienes a un nuevo país da mucho miedo, y da mucho más miedo cuando vienes grande en la preparatoria. Pero fenomenal, tus padres deben estar muy orgullosos de ti y todo lo que has completado. Y los papás, felicidades, es un placer tenerlos aquí. Round of applause for the parents. De venir esta noche ha sido una noche donde hablamos de inmigrantes que vienen de otros países. Tonight we've heard stories from immigrants that come from other countries, whether it was the Honorable Mr. Ryan Liu, who came here, to Argentina, from Cambodia, and his parents were refugees, to the Dr. Gomez being a Cuban American, from Mr. Quy Nguyen being a Vietnamese American, Mr. Padilla, Professor Stella Torres de Segrist. Siempre tienes que contar esa historia. Cuando yo vine a este país, calificaba para las comidas los programas de comida gratuita. Soy aprendiz de inglés. Soy el primero en mi familia de asistir a un colegio. No un colegio como el tuyo, porque ir a una escuela como la que vas a ir tú es muy prestigiosa, pero todo es posible. Mr. Ryan Liu se fue de un estudiante de educación especial. Mr. Ryan Liu went from having an IEP to being a very powerful attorney, very successful attorney, and now an elected official. Señor Padilla también, soy presidente de la mesa directiva. Era un niño pobre que mis padres estudiaron nomás hasta la escuela elementaria. Pero en Estados Unidos todo es posible. In the United States, everything is possible. And those stories must continue to be told. Esas historias deben de ser contadas. No importa lo que diga quien diga. It doesn't matter what. There's always going to be haters. Don't give haters any of your time. La gente que los odia, los detesta, no les den su tiempo, ignórenlos. That's what I do with my haters. I give them no time. There is no time. Give your time to all the positive things that you're going to accomplish. Dale tu tiempo a todas las cosas positivas que vas a lograr, que has logrado y que estás por lograr. And, the other two young ladies and the gentleman, thank you for sharing your story. Gracias por compartir sus historias, whether advancement via individual determination and all the sports and the academics and the sports, and you build the great communicators, the communication skills that you have, and laurels and everything. There's always something to find your roar. Yo soy el señor Padilla. Yo encontré mi rugido convirtiéndome el presidente de la mesa directiva. Everybody can find their roar. With that, Mr. Florencio Briones, do you have any comments or questions regarding tonight's presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Thank you to El Monte High School for presenting tonight. Thank you to Genesis, Tia, Natalie, and Diego for being here and sharing your stories. Really appreciate it. It's always great to hear from students, and I welcome every opportunity to have you guys present to us, whether it's something positive, whether it's challenges that you need assistance with. And of course, I always feel welcome stepping foot on El Monte High School's campus to visit with classrooms and to speak with students and the faculty and staff. I know it's a long night, and I appreciate everything that you've shared with us today. Mr. Cuevas and to the presenters, I did have one comment, a very positive comment on slide 29, which is the impact of teacher practice. There were two comments that really stood out that the teachers submitted after the professional development. The first one is, if I require my students to always know why they do what they do, I certainly should myself. And I think that really speaks to the quality of instruction and the quality of the faculty on campus, where we're not just teaching rote memorization, we're helping students understand the content that they're studying, but more importantly, we're helping them to analyze and to synthesize that content, to find deeper meaning and to, incorporate that into their lives, because this is something that they're going to be expected to know and to be able to utilize when they get to the university level. So I'm really happy to see that there, because it kind of reframes the instruction model and methods with our faculty, and it really encourages them to dive deep as well and not just present a very superficial set of instruction for the day or the week. So I do appreciate that. And then related to that's the last one on the bottom right. It really helps students to know what and why they are doing. I think the most important is the why. It took me a long time to realize that understanding why something is important, significant, why it had an impact, why somebody mentioned something, that was a big aha moment for me, and it took years for me to get to that point. No fault of any of my instructors. I just was not that student in that moment, and it just took me some time to get to that point. We all learn at different speeds. But that's really important as well, is getting students to understand the why, and that's connected to the first comment that was made. I really appreciate the data that was shared today. I'm happy with the growth that we've seen. I obviously would like to see additional growth, particularly in math, as we've all attested to in our conversations about our math initiative. But I'm happy to see that there's continual work going on at El Monte High School. And as always, if you need support from the board, if you have concerns, if you have positives that you want to share, please reach out to us, whether it's at a board meeting, via email, phone, or text. If you happen to run into us out on the street, let us know. We're here to support you, and I always appreciate the time that you get to spend with us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mr. Florencio Briones. Totally, I'm so proud of Mr. Briones. I know he shared earlier tonight that he will be graduating, and we're extremely proud of him. And he's basically speaking to the 3 R's of education that we see are present at your school. The relationships, there's definitely rigor that has been picked up. How do I know that? Because you've done a bunch of walkthroughs. And yes, there have been some people that, things are different, and it's okay. It's okay to lean into the discomfort in order to bring about positive change for our students. We can't continue to do what we've always done and expect different results. So when Mr. Briones says that you have the support of the board, you have the support of this board. If it's good for our students, it's good for the board. And lastly, he spoke about the relevance, the relationships, the rigor, and the relevance. Yeah, the relevance is the why. For me as the president of the Board of Education, and for my colleagues, our why is our number one customer. And I sometimes say that, and sometimes it makes people feel uncomfortable, where sometimes there's some people in this district who think they're the number one customer. And when I open my mouth, I'm unapologetic to remind them, no, you are important, but you are not the number one customer. The number one customer is our students, and the product that we give in order for us to ensure that they don't leave our school district is to give that quality product and bring it. And what is the quality product? Quality instruction. If you bring quality instructions, and you had Mr. Maher talk about how in that teacher at 840, there's students smiling, that's what I want to clone. That's what we need to find out. How do we repeat that? Not just in that specific subject that teacher teaches, but in all of those classes. And are we there? No, we're not there yet. Is there a lot of growth that needs to happen? Yes. And if there's some teachers that are going to feel uncomfortable when they're told that, no, what you've always done is no longer good enough. The WASC accreditation people have told us, the district is telling us, and now, in these evaluations, we're going to tell you, and we're not going to hold back. But at the end of the day, know that this board makes decisions, and we put our money where our mouth is, and we still have to run this district. As much as you don't want it to be a business, we must run this household, the El Monte Union High School District household, with the number of dollars that we have. And I'll go back. Is there some low-hanging fruit that we can improve? Yes, attendance. We've lost over $4 million in this district. Until we all start, looking at what we can do to improve attendance, and not just it's not just your child welfare and attendance person. Until we capture some of those dollars, we can do a whole lot of stuff with $4 million, which is why I've held the principals accountable of you knowing what your attendance percentage is for each specific month, what your percentage is as a whole on an average. And I've always said this, and I will continue to say this and harp on the principals and hold you guys accountable. If attendance is not important to the principal, it will not be important to your staff or your students or your parents. So make it your priority if you want to find more dollars to, run more programs at the site. So I'm unapologetic about that. We are the budget experts. The buck stops with us. But again, know that we make decisions based on our number one customer. Relationships, rigor, and the relevance, the why. Mr. Carlos Salcido, comments
and sometimes, is it uncomfortable? Yes, it is. But I certainly appreciate the time and effort that's put into these kind of presentations, because it does allow, especially during this kind of year, WASC accreditation, time for reflection, right? And there's only up from here. So I do appreciate the staff that's here, the students. I don't have any questions about the presentation, but I have a question for the students that remain. I think, are we down to 4? We're down to 4, so thank you guys. But since you're here, I would like to just take a quick moment just to celebrate you just a little bit more. I heard a few of the colleges that you were going to. But if I'd like to frame it the way you shared here, I would like more information regarding what you're going to study in college. So
Good job, Mr. Salcido, on using the sentence frame.
The university and what you plan on studying for us, please.
Mount SAC and psychology.
Mr. Cuevas wanted the spotlight.
UC Berkeley, Molecular and Cell Bio.
UC
Wow.
Berkeley.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Georgetown University and psychology too.
Oh my.
Pasadena Community College, Political Science.
Another Lancer, Mr. Briones. Right on. It's just, I wanted just to highlight them just one more time and just thank them for being here so late. It's always good to celebrate our students, especially such well-rounded students. I know they talked a little bit about finding their roar and everything they do at El Monte High School. So thank you so much, and good luck in all your future endeavors.
Thank you, Trustee Mr. Carlos Salcido. We appreciate that. So díganle a sus papás que estamos muy orgullosos aquí, toda la mesa directiva. The entire board is so proud of you. And, if you're multilingual, use it, okay? Use it as you enter the world. It will take you to a lot of places. Si eres bilingüe o ¿cómo se dice? Multilingüe.
Multicultural.
Multicultural. Úsenlo, los va a llevar a muchos lugares. So, con eso, Mr. Qui Win, comments or accolades?
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Cuevas, your staff, and all the students that spend so much time. It's an excellent presentation. But, since I'm a math guy, I have to ask a math question.
I didn't expect that at all, Mr. Wang.
It at all. On the slide of, number 33, almost like 70% of our students did not meet the standard in math. So, it's a very complicated matter. That's why we have consultants. That's why we work with the feeder school. There are many variables and moving parts. So it's not only the teacher quality, but there's a lot of variables. But the only thing is, to talk about the equity, okay? In order to have equity in math, these students that you already know that did not meet standard, what have you done outside of the school time? Like, do you provide any kind of, one part of, to provide equity is to, to provide them with quality tutoring. So what have you done? We're working on, on the bigger picture. In the meantime, what have you done to support those students?
So math is a challenge, right? I think we want to go ahead and acknowledge that. That is an area that we have continued to work together with our math department to try to identify the supports that the students need. The math department also, with the support of district funding, we are able to offer our math tutoring lab that is specific for students after school to receive that additional support that they need after school hours. And so those are things that we are able to do after school. We also have our library where we do have some of our teachers that also provide our students with additional supports there as well.
So what is the participation rate of those students that seek help? Because we know we have a lot, but how much of them participate in those kind of help tutoring? So what prevent, if it's low, so what preventing them from, what are the reasons, the root cause of the problem?
It's a really great question. It sounds like a dissertation, right? That we would need to be able to address that because of its multifaceted, multifaceted issues that are connected to the issue, right? We do have low participation in math labs, so we need to be honest about that.
Yes.
What can we do to increase motivation? I think that's something that we need to take back and try to brainstorm different ways to get our kids the help that they need. But we know that it's an issue.
Yes, it's sure that we're not blaming anybody. We try to understand the problem and try to, improve it. And that's all I have question. Again, thank you very much for I always feel very welcome, feel very comfortable go to your school. Some kind of feeling that's very, natural for me. So, I really love Monte High School.
Thank you, sir.
I just I know it's going to be shine very bright, when we overcome the hurdle.
We will continue to work on math.
Okay.
It's an area that we have continued to work on. Again, we believe that the work that we are doing is going to yield us the results.
Yeah.
Right. We are working on our pedagogy.
Yeah.
We're identifying our powered standards. Right. So all of that work is happening, and so there's a lot of effort that's going into it. So I do anticipate that we will have improvement.
Okay. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Qui Win. And yes, I know that you are making A+ adjustments to history at your school, as are the rest of the school district. So we're all on the same ship. And I know that the questions from Mr. Qui are loaded questions. It's not a one sentence answer that you can give. And he understands, and we understand that this is a journey that we are engaging in. And do we expect perfection? No. But do we expect improvement? Yes, we do. Board Member Professor Stella Torres de Segrist.
Well, I am very, very happy with your presentation because the most important in education is enthusiasm. And you did it exactly like the Greeks used to do it. The first thing that you have to do is exercises. The way that you presented all the sports and everything is helping them, and do it in a very, with a lot of enthusiasm, is going to make them to be prepared to their brain. Remember, that's the way that the Greeks used to say, physical, very well, strong, mind is going to accept everything. I understand we have a lot of problems, but the most important thing is the enthusiasm. And I know two of your girls that I are very enthusiastic because I had to work with them. I have Pia, that unfortunately she was not our delegate's girl state, but she was the girl state, boy state, which I really admire, and she's going to get a big surprise when she gets the day of you have your award ceremony. And Rachel Condell, unfortunately, she had to leave. I met her since she was a very little girl because she belongs to El Monte Union High School District program. She started with the program Mommy and Me. I remember her mother. And she kept on going, and look at the El Monte Union High School District is doing, okay? With the program Mommy and Me. Do you remember that program, Mrs. Torres? It's the enthusiasm, the thing that for me is very important. If you don't have enthusiasm, you don't do absolutely anything. And your teachers were wonderful the way that they had the presentation teaching. Of course, it's really hard. Not all the students are going to learn in the same way. No, you are the teachers. I can see the enthusiasm, the way that you prepare everything in all these slides that you presented us. You try to do your best to give it to them, to the students. And now we need to communicate that, not only to this little group, to all the big group. Thank you very much, and it was great, your presentation. And thank you to your teachers and to the girls. And especially thank you to Pia for have a beautiful presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Cuevas.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. Mr. Briones, did I already go through you?
Yeah,
You did?
he was the first one.
So with that being said, thank you so much, Principal Mr. Eddie Cuevas, the first Latino principal that in the history of El Monte High School. It gives me great pride, and as it does to my entire board, to have you leading the way and leading with your team. Very much appreciate it. Again, I know how much work WASC has, the accreditation, how much work that was, and just everything that has come with the entire year. Please know that the work that you and your entire team have done does not go unnoticed, and so go get some rest. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
so
Thank you. Have a good night.
All right. Good night.
Thank you for the gift.
Thank you very much.
Turn your roar into snoring and get some rest tonight. Okay.
Because
All
we
right,
have
with
to
that
keep
being
on
said, we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda. We're on item D, D as in David Seacrest. We're on item number 2, presentation on district artificial intelligence education, policy and professional development goals. I know that
Finally.
last time we tabled this item. I know it's late, so let's hear D2 on artificial intelligence. Oh, Mr. Cuevas, where are you? Did you leave already? Oh, here, take your poem with you. There you go.
I think he's going to frame it in his office
There
for
you
sure.
go.
Don't buy me.
Boom. Yeah.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, board. Mr.
Go ahead,
Cuevas is
Mr.
nice and ready.
Steelman. Showtime.
That I love now.
I wanted to start off tonight just by giving a couple shout outs to the board, well deserved. First of all, as a fellow Bronco, congratulations, Mr. Briones. My son's going to be graduating next year, I hope, because dad's out of money, so he'll be joining us too. But congratulations, that's a great feat. I do want to say genuinely thank you to the board for your advocacy efforts at Coast to Coast when you're speaking on topics that are near and dear to my heart, cybersecurity and broadband initiatives. You know, my other hat is California IT and Education as a board member, so the extra dose of advocacy, it's super appreciative of the board doing that at both the state, national, federal level. So thank you so much for that, genuinely.
You're welcome. You're very welcome.
Quickly, I'll try to get through this important topic. Obviously, artificial intelligence is the new kid on the block that everybody wants to be friends with. It is exciting, it is amazing, it is also terrifying, and it really depends on the lens in which you're looking at it. So I wanted to at least establish a baseline understanding of what artificial intelligence is, and then briefly talk about how it's already being utilized within our district. As you heard, our instructional coach, Sean Maher at El Monte, it's already being utilized organically, and it's actually been embedded in multiple applications that we've been using in the district for quite some time. How it's potentially going to be used by students, educators, and administrators, and then also talk about the policy and professional development that's going to be coming over the next year and most likely for the many years to come. Of which I just want to remind the board that you did ratify the board resolution. I think it was the April 17th board meeting that was basically outlining all of the work that we're going to be doing in this particular area. So briefly, just pure definition, what artificial, AKA AI is just a technology that enables computers and machines to simulate human intelligence and problem-solving capabilities. It is categorized in 3 different ways, and depending upon what subject matter expert you're talking to, narrow, general, and super intelligence is basically the 3, and narrow, AKA machine learning, is the the best way to describe it is those personal assistants, Siri, which basically came out in 2010, 2011. It's those personal assistants where they're programmed to basically to problem solve one particular item at a time. Switching over to general intelligence, which is the level that we're at right now with AI, if you've, aka also machine intelligence, if you've interacted with any sort of customer service, online, website, phone call, chances are you've interacted with AI, whether you wanted to or not. Even a lot of our fast food services are utilizing AI now, which is fortunate and or unfortunate for the workplace. Autonomous cars, whatever you think of Elon Musk, he's pushed us forward with autonomous cars. Once again, examples of AI being utilized. I think the one that we're most fearful about is superintelligence, and I think you can thank the movies for why we're so fearful for that. Basically, superintelligence is the deep learning. This is where, you know, computers can potentially become sentient and have actual human-like feelings, little or no interactions from humans. I'd like to think more Jarvis from Iron Man than Skynet from Terminator, right? It's definitely going to be something that is more facilitative, helping us solve real-world problems, not taking over the world and killing us all, right? So generative AI is a form of general intelligence, and by the nature, generating, AI is basically you're using the artificial intelligence tools to create content. And this is something that we did at our admin retreat, where we introduced 3 generative AI tools to our administrative team. That being Microsoft Copilot, Google Gemini, as well as ChatGPT, which we'll talk about in a second. They were the first to market and thus the most popular. But we basically gave it an introduction to AI prompts where they could create text, content, images, music, videos, and there's even new functions that just got released this week from Google where it's going to be creating more additional videos for us. So AI, anybody that claims to be a subject matter expert, which I do not in AI, and anybody that does, you should be wary of, because it is growing so phenomenally fast. It is so vast that, you know, I just don't know how anybody keeps up with it, but I'm doing my very best by once again wearing that hat to stay abreast of everything that's going on in and around AI in education. So many believe, and it is officially now, that this is listed as the 4th industrial revolution. All the first 3 that you're seeing there, the invention of the steam engine, the light bulb, the internet, every one of those had barriers to entry. Infrastructure had to be built out before people could really take advantage of it. ChatGPT was the very first to come out. I know it seems like it's been out for quite some time, but it actually officially launched in November of 2022. It was the fastest adoption in history. Within the first 2 months, over 100 million subscribers globally. And really the reason why is there are no barriers to entry any longer. Everybody's interconnected. Everybody has a device in their hands that they can take advantage of. And AI is adaptive in the sense that it can go across all industries and everybody can find a way in which they can utilize it for their day-to-day, which is amazing and once again, scary just as well. So ChatGPT now has 200 million subscribers. So once again, it continues to be the fastest growing because it was the first to market and it was the most, it's the Coke of soda, right? So it was the most popular. There is tons of application already happening in education. A couple of years ago, we were using a tool by the name of Alex, which was an AI-based tutoring system as well as personalized learning that was basically assessing where students were within their math work and then giving them additional problems if they were below subject matter expert, and then if they were at that particular level, it was giving them additional so that they could get ahead. Lots of examples of how it's being utilized within education. We just did a training for our staff for campus safety. AI is embedded in our Verkada platform for camera surveillance. Google Classroom, just tons and tons of application already happening, and once again, happening in our classrooms organically already. I just wanted to quickly state that everything that you're seeing on the left-hand side is stuff that we've kind of already talked about, where what AI is all of these great things that you're seeing on the left-hand side, but what it will never be is it will never replace teachers. It is not going to solve all problems like everybody thinks. And it won't be one more thing that people just have to learn. It's not going to be its own dedicated class. It really is going to be embedded in just about every subject area that we teach. It will not be its own. So just wanted to make that very, very important designation or distinction. So the biggest risks are what you see on the bottom of this particular chart, and that AI has a ton of risk in regards to student data privacy, ethical considerations, and the potential impact on human interaction in the educational process. So really, as there becomes an over-reliance upon AI tools, what we're fearful is that, and what you'll see on the next slide, is that we're basically creating a dependence upon students and/or staff from the educational side to overutilize the product. What AI also does is it scans all information globally, and what's interesting is that it will actually run out of data to scan within the next year. The entire internet is at its disposal, and it will run out of information that it can consume. And the nature of AI is really just to learn patterns, and so the data is how it learns those patterns, and it will have consumed all of that. And so the ethical considerations are, if it's pulling information that has a global influence, then it's not taking into account regional issues that are happening, and so it may end up creating biases based off the information that it's producing. So as I gave examples to the staff, it is still riddled with errors, especially when you start getting into creating content for images and videos. We asked to do a couple of things where just add the El Monte High School name into a particular logo, and it was misspelling things, and so it's not perfect by any means. And therefore, not just on the images or video, we can expect that the content isn't exactly perfect as well. There are multiple iterations that are happening with AI right now. Right now, they're in version 4.0. I think 4.5 is set to release later in the year. But you know, just in going back and talking about personal assistants and autonomous cars, how fast things have grown, and we expect everything to continue to get bigger, better, faster. This is what I was talking about, where we are fearful in education. We pride ourselves here at El Monte Union that we were able to eliminate the digital divide as far as access. There's still an achievement gap, of course. But we've eliminated the access need, but now we're fearful that AI is going to introduce a whole new digital divide between those that are equipped to utilize the AI tools and those that are not. And so, of course, the professional development and what we embed within our curriculum is going to be important in that particular area. These are some sample applications for all of our shareholders, whether they be students, educators, and administrators, and a lot of the things that we listed there on the administration side, we were taking our administrative team, both at the all admin meeting and our administrative retreat, and going through and providing samples of a lot of that area. It does have the potential to potentially save us some time, which, you know, we're constantly introducing things that add more time to everybody in this particular space, but it does potentially create an opportunity for us to save time. Well, certainly from an educator standpoint, you have the ability to create lesson plans, test banks. We see that in our assessment platform right off the bat. Formative has the capabilities of, hey, create an entire test bank based off of this subject, provided at this Lexile level, created in multiple languages. AI will do that on the fly, which is absolutely amazing for us. So our step one was to introduce policy. So we started off with the what we already approved, and that's the AI board resolution. We're going to be working with all of our shareholders, including the Student Advisory Council, the Super PAC, our administrative team, teacher technology leaders, TTLs, as well as our instructional coaches to not only come up with an AI RUP, but also a guiding lens as far as here's the tools that we have readily available to our teachers. Here's the tools that we have to help detect the usage of AI, as well as syllabi examples of how teachers can allow it to be utilized within their classroom, or they can completely negate it and say, hey, I'm not ready for that. We want to give them those samples so that they have the tools to utilize it when they're ready to utilize it. Stage 2 would be basically giving that training and coming up with basically a central repository of all of those resources in and around AI. And then stage 3 really just talks about how this is going to be continuous process improvement, really no different than what we do with any technological invention is, we analyze and we come back and we make changes based upon that. So this is just talking a little bit more about each one of the stages, and there's a link there to the AI resolution. And I was trying to go as fast as I possibly could, but other than that, once again, this is a very foundational ground level for artificial intelligence. I fully expect for us to come back and actually show off the policy as well as samples from teachers, samples from student work, and really highlight what we know is already happening in our classrooms now. And so you can fully expect that we'll be back next year to present that back to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Steelman.
Absolutely, sir.
Comments, questions, board member Florencio Briones?
Thank you for your presentation. Some of my questions were answered in the more detailed slides right before the conclusion. One question that I do have, when we mention adopting policy, we're talking about adopting board policy that would then be implemented at the site levels based on the discussions that are taking place. My question/concern is, as you've already stated, this is moving at lightning speed.
Yes, it is.
And obviously, schools don't.
Yep.
And we are very much creatures of habit, and this is way outside of the norm.
Yeah.
To give you an example, just a year ago, I was taking a class, and ChatGPT was fairly new, and our professor was, I don't want to say freaking out, but definitely had some concerns. But she was also genuinely interested in what it could do. And so for our final exam, we had 2 prompts that we could select from, but you also had the option of, instead of you answering the prompt, you would take the prompt and drop it into ChatGPT, take its response and put it into your final paper and analyze its response and see if, 1, any of it was true, 2, if it was connected to anything that we had discussed in the class that semester. And the most important one was if it was able to cite any sources or make any sources up. So I used that option. And one of the things that stood out was it did cite sources that were completely made up in some instances.
Oh, interesting.
But you fast forward to just last week when version 4.0 came out.
Yeah.
I wanted to try it out. So I went in, I actually paid the $20 to get access to it.
Yeah, good for you.
And I did the same thing. I took the exact same prompt from last year, dropped it in there, and it said, cite your sources. And guess what? It cited actual sources. And the response that it gave me was much more detailed and factual.
Yep.
And I think if somebody who sees that and says, well, why do I have to think anymore? And that's a huge concern.
Absolutely.
Because it's one of the points that you made in one of your slides. It's like that lack of critical thinking anymore, moving forward. And I mean, to me, that's really terrifying. And so I appreciate the work. I hope that we can move as quickly as possible on this to ensure that this policy is in place. Obviously, we tell students, don't plagiarize. If you use something that you did not write yourself, it's plagiarism. And that includes using a generative AI like ChatGPT. If you didn't write the words, it's plagiarism. Yeah. And we've, at school, we've been told if you use something like ChatGPT, you have to cite it. And which is kind of weird to say, like, I'm citing something that doesn't really exist. It's so ephemeral.
Right.
But I still have to cite that this was a response from ChatGPT, which is kind of weird because unless you make that response public in the chat, it doesn't exist anywhere else.
Yeah.
And so my big concern, I'm sure a lot of this have the same concern, is students who suddenly realize all I have to do is type in what the question is in a prompt, copy and paste it in. Obviously, based on their grade level and the quality of their writing, someone can very easily figure out that that's not their work. We use services like Turnitin, which can detect AI as well. But still, the idea that a kid is going to just think, because that happens all the time. Somebody copy and paste from Wikipedia, and it's clear, like, one, you forgot to remove the formatting and all the sources that show up in as links. This isn't your work. Like, you're plagiarizing something. You're going to fail this particular assignment or even the class.
Yeah.
But with something like ChatGPT, it's just terrifying how quickly it's getting better at producing content, but also at circumventing some of the services like Turnitin, you know. And then now there's additional services where you can drop the data into another service that'll go and humanize it for you, which makes it even more difficult to detect. So, you know, Godspeed to all of you on, you know, putting together this policy. I hope that we can get something in place relatively quickly, simply because we want to let students know, you know, hey, this is a resource for you to use, but it's not a substitute for you to think.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's key. And to your point about we're hoping that we get Jarvis versus Skynet, I genuinely have had that thought as well.
Yeah.
I hope that this is something that is beneficial, and that is, again, another tool for students to use, as opposed to something that leads to the end of human civilization. So.
All great points. I will say that we're about 80% on a responsible use policy that addresses a lot of that information. Plagiarism by student definition is that I am taking something that is basically already readily available on the internet, and they're not really understanding that if it's not created by you, it is still plagiarism. So to your point, it definitely absolutely needs to be addressed, and that's where the educators are going to come into effect.
Okay, on that note, I'm going to move us along a little bit. Okay, Mr.
Right.
Briones?
Thank you. That was
All
it,
right,
Mr. Steelman.
Mr. Salcedo.
Terrifying and exciting at the same time. Trust me. But I think that focusing on the benefits and how this can create opportunities for educators, administrators as well, to kind of lighten the load a little bit. Just a quick example. I know I had to make a presentation to students, asking it to create a presentation with X number of slides. It was able to give me titles for the slides, ideas for pictures to add in there. It didn't create it for me, but it cut.
It'll create it for you too.
Cut the time in half, right? But you know, there's a lot of great benefits, and I think we need to focus on that, and also on that Mr. Briones was sharing, because it can be terrifying, and we don't want students to rely on that, because like you said, it's not perfect. Right. But I think as a time saver, definitely. So
it definitely needs the lens of we're here to enhance teaching and learning. First and
Exactly.
foremost, right? So.
Perfect. Moving right along. Professor Stella Torres de Seigres.
Your favorite topic?
About this, I'm on one side, I'm really very scary using it with our students. And on the other side, no. We don't have to be scary. We have to keep on going, because this is something that is new, and our students need to have it. But of course, as Mr. Briones said, this is not going to substitute your intelligence. You have also to work and doing something by yourself. Up to one point, the students are going to understand that. If they start getting this is the easiest way to do something, I got it, my information, and I do a report, putting the information that I wanted, and it's going to give it back to me. Now, what is the participation of the teacher in this case?
It is really 50-50. We have teachers that always embrace new ideas and want to put it into work. And I will say, in a post-pandemic era, they are so much more adept to utilizing new tools than they ever were in the past. So it will have a high adoption rate. Right now, there's still some leery. I'm not sure how I want to change my lesson plan and around it. So,
As I told you, and I'm going to keep studying this and keep on using. I'm going to start to use with my students this in PCC, but not too much. Okay, only one part. But it's really scary, very, very scary. But at the same time, we have to keep with the evolution.
We'll
and in our
good intentions,
high schoolers are the most important right now. They have to start training themselves and knowing that this is only another tool for learning more. I think so.
Absolutely.
Up to now.
Thank you, Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. Board member, Mr. Qui Win.
Just small comment. If students think they can use AI to cheat, there's AI program to detect AI, right?
Absolutely.
So some university, college already have it in place. So you use it, you maybe discredit, get an app.
Yeah.
But I've seen it. Just AI to check AI.
Absolutely. And Mr. Briones, just to elaborate real quick, we already have Turnitin, so we have a district-wide license for that. Google is coming out with new tools. There's actually a new framework for all AI where basically it will leave breadcrumbs to know it was created by AI, and as well as all of the tools that are coming out now know how to reverse engineer it, so it's very clear that it was created by AI. So.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Steelman. We appreciate the presentation.
Thank you,
I
sir.
have no comments. Thank you so much.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Moving right along, D1. D3, excuse me, not D1, D3. Catalina Sainz and Mr. Alejandro Sanchez Barajas. Thank you so much for being troopers and so patient. You know, we appreciate you being here, and thank you so much. And to the diehard board member from the Mountain View School District, Ms. Cindy Wu, thank you for sticking around, okay? Appreciate it. So, all right. Well, thank you for being here. And here we go with the needs assessment for mathematics. That's why Cindy Wu is here, the Honorable Cindy Wu. She wants to hear what's up with this math stuff.
That's great.
Go for it.
Well, thank you. Good night now, President
good night.
Padilla,
Buenas
members of
noches.
the Board of Trustees, Dr. Suniga, members of the Cabinet, and our community.
Cindy Wu, the Honorable Cindy
Honorable
Wu
Cindy Wu.
from the Mountain View School District.
Nice meeting you.
A8, TK8.
And you know, it's like the time for a party, I think. So I'm gonna try to see if we can stick with the party theme.
All right,
So it was
here we go.
Celebration from the beginning. We can keep on
Find
celebration.
your roar.
Yeah. So today I'm just gonna share preliminary findings and recommendations. And the reason that you know, I had suggested to do this now because some of my recommendations will impact the schedules and professional development that you plan for next year. So it's not all of the findings because we're still kind of in process to finish it, but there were enough data here. So you see on the agenda the macro findings and macro recommendations. So this is really district level. Now, because of our time, I wanna just ask, I can adjust the agenda. You do have slides. The first one, the context, approach, and progress, I think it's important because that actually informed the kind of recommendations that I make. So I can go from 1 to 4, and then I'll leave it up to the questions and fill in from the 2 and the 3. Is everyone okay with that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Just adjusting a little bit based on our data. So the first thing here is that you call me to do a system study, and even though it was a needs assessment, I start with the systems, and I wanted to share the context, the approach, and the progress so far. Every parent saw this slide in all of the focus groups, and either they saw this slide or they saw the slide of their own school. And obviously, you know, one of the things that we want to aim at, the equity in mathematics piece, or this movement that I shared with the parents, is increasing math achievement. So one of the things is obviously increasing the test scores, but if we do this right, it's not just going to increase the test scores, right? The reason we want to increase the test scores is going to be part of what we improve is preparing the students for this complex world, and we were just talking about AI, and we did not plan that. That just happened. And one of the things I asked the students during the focus groups was, okay, so what's going to be your value added? There's this mission, the school's telling you they promise you to prepare you for. What's going to be your value added when you are in this land of AI? And, you know, we talked a lot about critical thinking. We talked a lot about, you know, what kind of math they're going to need. And, you know, often even when we talk about careers, you know, we talked about like electricians. Well, are they going to need, how many math classes are they going to need? You know, thankfully, I hope they learn their trigonometry really well because they will be thinking about tangents when they're working with their angles. So I have a lot more I wanted to share, and I'm going to put some of that in my written report just to save us some time. But there's a lot of misinformation about careers in college. And when you're preparing for the career, especially in a world with AI, a lot of the critical thinking and the problem solving that happens in mathematics is going to be needed. And I know from the business community, they're saying we need kids that are better prepared, you know, and have what they need. And I think we mentioned also, Mr. Briones mentioned about how the world is changing and technology is changing. So one of the things, another lens that I brought in, if we do this right, if we do this right, the work around, increasing math achievement. It was not just going to increase test scores. It's going to prepare the kids for career in college and prepare them for this global world, world that we're in now. It's not just about the United States of America. It's a global economy, really. And what we see in this global economy is that technology, the global impact, the world innovation is an exponential increase, coming back to what you mentioned, right? But our schools are not. And it's like we're going at a pace of turtle with the schools on top. And I wanted to bring this along because often I think we talked about if math is being taught the way I learned math 20 years ago, that is part of the problem. If I'm using, my kids now are using the same textbook that I had when I was in school, that is part of the problem. We're not innovating as much as the rest of the world is innovating. But it's also a problem for teachers, because if teachers are given the same resources that they had 20 years ago, then they can't innovate either. If we're not investing in the innovation, the way technology is being invested on, then we're gonna get the results that we got. And so part of what I'm looking at is, so what do we do, right? Again, looking at our systems. That's why rethinking the systems is kind of where I go to. And I'm not gonna necessarily go through all the phases because that's gonna be a part of the report. But for today, the conversation is anchored around who is set for success. How are the students set for success, the teachers set for success, the counselors set for success? How are you all set for success to make sure that we're really getting our kids to be where they need to be? And I know in our board study, one of the things that we talked about is every system in school is perfectly organized to obtain the results they are getting, and that is the problem. And so trying to think systemically about how we start that is gonna be where I start. So the dilemma with the consultant, and I know I shared with you, how do you optimize my role? Well, I build capacity, make sure things are gonna last. Thankfully, you got me here because I've been in different situations as a teacher myself, as a principal myself, as a director of math instruction in a district, and I have seen when it works, and I have seen when it doesn't, and I know what it feels like, smells like, and feels like to make this change. So I will have conversations that are sometimes tough to have, courageous, pair set of eyes of equity, but really where I come in is being your partner in the equity-driven change. Now, what does that mean? Well, the dilemma here is like, I go to the teachers like, well, we could have told you that, because I started uncovering some patterns. I'm like, oh, well, I see this. And they're like, yeah, we could have told you that, right? So when the consultant comes in and they're like, yeah, we knew that. We didn't have to pay you to tell us what we already knew was wrong. Where I come in is uncovering or reaffirming, but also helping you execute. So you probably heard of and I'm gonna tell you more about these two things right here. You heard of the saying that culture eats strategy for lunch. I will say execution, the lack of execution. If there's no execution, that eats the culture and the strategy for all the meals. So that is kind of where I come in, right? Like pushing that execution, what do you need? We're not gonna wait for perfect, but what is needed to make sure that we're moving in the right direction? So I started by looking at the macro level, sort of the 360 view, and I'm still there. I'm still looking at all the data. And I started kind of with glasses. And as I'm learning from people and I'm learning for the focus group, I'm realizing I need a microscope because I start digging and I start finding things. One of the things that I did, for example, is I looked at the curriculum and I saw the UCI curriculum, the HMH. HMH, well, as you found out, was just not meeting expectations. But when I was looking at the UCI curriculum, wow, it's more aligned to how students learn better. It engages students. There's so much rich resources that I saw. And then there was like a confusion around the teachers of like, oh, well, we cannot use that anymore. We don't have this or we don't have that. And I'm digging. I'm like trying to figure out why. Why did they go away? And so I'm still kind of doing that. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. What is going on? What is the district at? And that, at the end, we ended up with some of the work that we were doing the last time we met, right? So like, where is the district in all of this? What else do I need to uncover? So that's part of what I'm doing. And the approach, and that matters. And so, I love this quote from Albert Einstein, and this is the last part so that I can I'm gonna go straight to the recommendations. He says, if you had an hour to solve a problem, I spend 55 minutes thinking about the problem and 5 minutes thinking about the solution. Now, I wanna be careful that we're not thinking that I'm gonna be spending months and months on figuring out what's going on, and then like a little bit of time proposing a solution. That's not what he means either. What he means is more like this. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. So it's not that the problem solving itself, we just have to think differently about how we problem solve. And sometimes in trying to figure out the problem, we get solutions to other things that are still problematic. So it's gonna make sense when I show you my recommendations. So I'm gonna move, this is sort of like a lot of the different focus groups that we had on top of all the data that we've been looking at. I think we're at 37 different groups, all with a different set of qualitative data. And so that's gonna be part of what we still need to go through. We have a couple more groups that we need to work with. So I'm gonna go straight to the data, the recommendations. And again, I'll come back and share a little bit more about the findings. Sorry, I'll come back to this, I promise. Okay, here are my recommendations. And I'm skipping a bunch of stuff and I apologize, and I'm gonna go back as needed. Really, the work that I've been doing in the last couple of days and really looking at the data, the rubrics that we looked at, is really how do we set the system for success? And that's the first thing, is breaking perceived walls. This is what I'm proposing. I'm proposing that every stakeholder, the students, the families, the teachers, the coaches, the counselors, the school leaders, the district leaders, everybody engages in looking at the data and setting goals, setting action, making adjustments throughout the year, making commitments, and that we monitor how those commitments are being implemented and what's getting in the way. So what does that mean? Well, we start before you start the year in August, and you get every math teacher together, you get all the families together, you get the teachers, the coaches together, and you explain sort of the common, make sure that we align in the common call to action and mission around increasing math achievement. Then, you start the year, you're collecting the NWA, everybody takes the NWA data, we collect baseline data and classroom practices. That means we're going into the classroom and we're quantifying what's going on in each school. It doesn't have to name any teachers. It just quantifies what's happening. What are the learning experiences, how we're using IXL, how many minutes, who's using it, who's not using it. And then we bring all the teachers together, we bring the families together, and we report out. That means the families will know what the NWA data is per their site. They'll know the NWA data for their school, and they'll know the NWA data for their children. That means that every administrator, every adult learner needs to know what this data is about. Because one of the things that I found in my initial assessment is that not everybody knew why they were taking the NWA, why was it important, and what it did. But if we know the parents are gonna see it, every adult needs to know what it's doing, including the students, right? And everyone's setting goals, and everyone knows what their commitment's gonna be. That means that even though the teachers are getting training at the school by NWA and with Mr. Sanchez, all the teachers also come together right after. I don't know when was the last time that all your math teachers came together como familia, right? Together to really solve the problem. The students are the customers, and they share so much information with me that I can't wait to share it with you. Your teachers are ready. There's so much internal expertise already in there. I saw a teacher in a school, and I want to be like him when I grow up and become a teacher. You have a lot of great stuff happening already in this district. But imagine bringing all the teachers together. They are your they're your key partners. They're not your client, they're your partners. And they're ready to go. They're ready to go for the kids. And so what I'm recommending is that they come together right after every assessment, and then data's being monitored. Everyone's making commitments. We collect the data on the commitments, including what's going on in the classroom, and so forth. Basically, you continue the cycle. So what does this mean? The community ownership, that's really what it means here, because before we bring the new shiny thing, adopt new curriculum or anything else, we need to come together as a community and own the problem and get our best problem solvings to help us with a solution. That means we analyze, we action plan, we commit, and we learn. One day in the August district-wide training for all teachers, math teachers come together before they even start the year, and they They create the community, they commit, they align. And they're gonna, if somebody pushes back, we let them, because there's a lot of disillusionment in the district, and we need to understand where it's coming from. And many of the times, the people that are the most upset are the people that are the most passionate. Oftentimes, teachers know that this is their mission. They're here for a calling, but sometimes the way the systems work, not with them, and not intentionally, they just don't work, it makes it from being their calling to a job. So sometimes we say like, oh, those teachers just want to get a paycheck. No, the teachers just are disillusioned, and there's a lot we can tap on there because they want to be part of the solution. So I'm asking for 1 day in August for everybody to get training, 4 days after every single, 4 days at the sites for NAA trainings, 4 days at the district-wide trainings. That means the parents are coming together, the teachers are coming together, and if the leaders want to be there, then that's better, right? Because we have more people together. But definitely bringing the teachers together as a district, como familia, at least 4 times a year. And again, we're looking at empathetic problem solvers to form the coalition of the willing. Before we start any new things, before I can recommend, new curriculum or adoptions or anything like that, we need to make sure we reform the coalition of the willing. And you have it, you have a lot of expertise. Some of the things that and again, I'll bring some more before. There's a lot of, from the students, it was interesting, there was a pattern between students and teachers and parents of undoing and doing. And this is part of one of the findings that I saw. Sometimes there's like really good initiatives that are happening in the district, like the math labs or the UCI program. And from their perspective, they don't understand why they're being pulled, either added sometimes or pulled out. And that is, I think, when we start getting all this data, we're gonna also see the 360 view, because really, they're really good initiatives. And sometimes I wonder if taking them out or putting them in is trying to solves a different problem, right? Who doesn't want extra minutes of instruction, like the math labs did? But of course, we don't want extra minutes of ineffective instruction. But instead of solving for that, sometimes the math labs are taken away, right? Maybe, I don't know what happened with the UCI program. That is, by the way, amazing resource. But no matter what happened with it, it should have been done across all the sites. And that would have created more equity. And so sometimes I don't know, and I think that's what I'm saying, like right now, before anything else is added or taken away, the teachers, your best problem solvers, need to come together and be part of this solution finding. A couple other things: allow for the cycle of problem solving, the cycle that I just showed you, to inform you for your next steps. Make sure we're not solving the wrong problem. Plan to address different wants, priorities, and incongruent needs. That means that as we're leading this change, as agents of change, we plan for people that are not happy, we plan for people that are happy, and that's okay, that's part of change. And then we embrace a growth mindset and productive struggle. There's also the power of expectation, and this is something that already the data is telling us that it should be included in the math plan. So we talked about, college ready. There's a lot of college ready and career ready in everything that you have as a district. So are we? Well, let's make sure that I'm recommending that you include foundational work to upgrade graduation requirements in alignment to your mission by 2026-27. And the reason it's not being asked for immediate is because you're not ready as a district yet. And if you notice, some of the rubrics that we were talking about when we were doing the work in reflection has the district still being proactive. So the rubrics go from reactive moves to proactive moves. The district is still more in the reactive move. So once the districts start moving into those best practices, then you'll be ready for something like this. But you should start planning to build that foundational work. Also, including in a students, allowing them opportunities to accelerate in math by next year. I was really happy to hear PCC and coming here and doing some of that work. Just making sure that you have a plan for them. There's a lot of kids that want to accelerate, but I think they're in waiting lists because the summer program only prioritizes students that need the credit recovery. And so that's something that I think could be added into the plan, especially now with the partnerships that you have. For the short term, proposing that you include expectations that training will promote common expectations of math courses, meaning you don't wait till 2026, right? That you still are telling counselors, telling teachers that they are promoting the 3-year or 4 recommended for UC, access. But at the same time, we know that a lot of the counselors to share with us some of the issues with A3G requirements are the math classes, and so that gives us time to also work on, reversing the math anxiety. And so that is something that we can do when we meet with all the teachers, talk about that and what that's needed. Include a plan to test all 9th through 11th grade students on the math assessment. We saw a lot of 9th, 11th graders who were not taking math, and it's honestly just unjust that they're taking a CASP test. So, and I'm sure that, as we talk, there may be ideas on how we're gonna support the students, but really every 9th to 11th grader should be taking the math map assessment, so we monitor like their readiness for this, to the CASP. And support a plan to, support the 11th graders who are not taking math. There's, IXL has a whole new class of modules just for the CASP. So, finding ways to really support the tutoring program that's online, that's 7 days a week. So just making sure that everyone's aware, like, okay, these are my students. They're gonna take a test, a math test, but they don't even have math this year, So, well, I can go on and on, but the last thing I'm gonna say, encourage the use of UCI learning or similar resources like NCTM lessons that align to best practices. When it comes to math achievement, there's a lot of data that talks about like how kids learn math. There's a reading of science, and now we're trying to get a science of math, but really the kids want the same 4 C's that you just talked about. They want to collaborate, they want to be critically thinking, they want to be creative. And so I think that we need to make sure that whatever is being put in front of kids, even if the HMH is not working, that whatever is being added, it has an aligning those best practices for learning math. So that's a lot in a little time, but I have a lot more, and I will add whatever we miss today to reports and to other presentations when everything's done. But I want to just really leave you the opportunity to ask me questions, and I'll come back to
Board
this.
Member Florencio Briones, questions?
Yes, however, I'm going to hold off on asking because I wasn't able to attend the study session last week because I had a commitment. There was a date change and they didn't allow me to attend. So I'd like to figure out a date that I can meet with you, if Mr. Salcedo's available as well.
Together.
So that we can go over the data there, do a deep dive there, and then we can follow up with staff and then have a discussion with the rest of the board. Because I do want to go more in depth. However, I also want to be mindful of the fact that it's almost 11 o'clock tonight. But thank you for being here tonight, presenting your findings. Some items really stood out, and I definitely will be having that conversation with you. Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank
Board
you.
Member Mr. Carlos Salcedo?
Yeah, just along those lines, finding a common time so that we can just do it together and, I know time is precious, but also I do appreciate our truths and I do appreciate hearing where pockets of our geniuses are and what we can exploit, right? But also hearing real life examples of PD and things that we can do are very much appreciated. And I look forward to seeing what this is gonna roll out and actually look like next year. So, thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Mr. Carlos Salcedo. Board Member Professor Stella Torres de Seigres.
Very intrigued with this phrase that you used, that adult learning leads to student learning.
Yes.
That is very interesting from my point of view, because it's like, let me see if it's with the class that we took with you the other day, the way that we were talking. It means that we, or the teachers, because that's the ones that we are talking about, teachers have to get into the way that the students think.
Well, I think and I don't mean just the teachers, I actually mean the parents.
Yeah, because you have here students, families, teachers, you are right.
I think
Yeah,
everybody.
right.
And
Everybody.
Everybody.
Yeah,
and partly is that innovation misalignment, right? I think all of us need to learn. I mean, I consistently learning something new, even when I went to, meet the teacher, that awesome teacher that I'm going to be like when I grow up. So I really do think it's everybody needs to learn. And, for me, one of the things that I always say is like, I need to learn first before I can even teach others, right? But I don't mean just the teachers. I think the teachers are a key partner that needs to be leveraged even more, but I really mean the parents. So part of this is having the presentation, the same meetings with the parents doing workshops with them. They want them right now. They've already asked for one. We did one, and they want more. And they need to learn how to read the map reports. They need to know how to create action plans. What are they going to commit to this summer, or next year? When they get the results and it is what it is, great, we're going to celebrate our child, make sure they continue. When they get the reports and their child's not meeting expectations, what can they do that they can control to support their children? So really, I'm looking at every adult, all adult learners.
And the adults, they need to be very humble to understand that they have to do, which is really hard.
It is very hard.
And you are going to have a big obstacle with that.
Yes.
Because that's the problem that I have with my students. When I wanted to learn the subjunctive and all the moods that in Spanish are totally strong, hard for them. It's like math that they don't want to understand. They want to do what they want to do.
Yeah.
And
So
the strategies, you need to have a strategies then.
And the good news is that that's partly what we get ready for, right? When we're promoting change, you get ready for the resistance. But the good news is that since I've lived through it already in multiple ways, then I'm not, I'm like, all right, let's do it, so it's going to be okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Mr.
Professor
President.
Stella Torres de Seigres. Board member, Mr. Qui Win.
I have a question. Can you elaborate on the slide power of expectation?
Yes.
Include foundational work to upgrade graduation requirement in alignment to the mission 26 and 27. What you mean by that? But right now, we can determine the requirement for graduation, or the state determine that?
Oh, that's a great question. So the state, I'm going to try not to go on my bubble because I have issues with the state of California. The state of California only requires 2 years of math to get a high school diploma. But the UC system requires 3 or 4, right? In a just world, the California would test our kids in their sophomore year, right? Because they require 2 years, but they don't. And so when it comes to, but that's California, it's their issue. As a district, you can pass policy that increases the graduation requirement. Some districts don't have to, and some schools don't wait for the state and don't wait for the district to set policy. Rosemead, for example. In Rosemead, you talk to every single person in that room, they all think it's 4 years. They don't even think it's 3.
Yeah.
In Monte, they think it's 3 with 4 recommended, but they tell you it's 3 with 4 recommended. They tell you. The kids know. That's not the case in every school. So what I'm saying is, an immediate short term, we need to make sure that the teachers, the parents, the counselors, all are using 3 with 4 recommended. And that whenever there's a 2, it's like a real exception. It's like it has to be, like the data has to show, the 360 data has to show it's an exception. But everyone's is being using the right language before you set the policy, because right now the district is, as preliminary data, because we still need to do our analysis, I still need to meet with the district team to do their analysis. The preliminary data shows that our moves are still very active as a district, right? I'm saying our district because I've been with you guys, I feel like I'm part of you. The district is reactive. We need to move to more proactive moves before you do something like this.
Yes, like in San Monte and Montview high school, when you talk to students, they told you only 2 years to get out of school, and it's true.
Yeah.
Is it true that 2 years to graduate? But most of them say 2 years.
Yeah, we
but
just
then
need
you
to
go to
tell them no.
Rosemead High School, they told you 4 years.
Yeah.
All students say 4 years, and even Arroyo say 4 years. I talk to students, and I can see the mindset. This mindset was led and ingrained by adult guidance counselor, because their purpose is to just graduate the kid, not prepare them for college or career. So that's the thing. So that's why everybody have to be on board. But I like the slide. Everybody had to be on board. So that inequity right there, you know.
And just from the counselors, which they've given us such a really great, rich data, and you'll hear more about their data also. From their counselors, there's kids that really have anxiety around math.
Yeah.
And so sometimes the counselors, in trying to set them up for success as best as they can, they don't want the kids to take 2 years of math. And actually, in some of the districts, the parents have to sign that they understand what it means to do 2 years of math. But the anxiety around the math is so big. And it's like the counselors are working in isolation trying to solve it. The math teachers are kind of on their own trying to solve it. So this is kind of how I see what's happening in the district, the random acts of improvement. And what we're trying to get to is making sure that everyone's coming together and collaborating and on the same page.
One last question. What the NCTM lesson mean? What are the resources you think is best, I mean, from your own experience? What NCTM stand for, that acronym stand for?
Oh, thank you. I apologize for that. That's National Council of Teachers of Mathematics.
Okay.
So there's usually journals that, I'm a member, so I get journals, of lessons that I can try if I was teaching K through 8, and also high school. And so there's lessons there. But the UCI, when I went deeper into the UCI curriculum, that coupled with the H&M would have been a pretty good partnership of those two things to prepare the kids while you adopt something new and get ready for that.
I have nothing against UCI, let me tell you that.
Yeah.
It's just how you execute it, incorporate with the curriculum.
Right.
If everybody on board it, I'm fine with it. Because I've seen it, and I have no problem with it at all. Because it's good, I mean, because what the curriculum from HMH is, did not meet the standard. We need to improvise, incorporate with the new resource to make it work.
Yeah.
And I have no problem with it. But as long as all the teacher on board, all the school uses the same resource, it's okay. Because that's called equity.
At least the baseline resource, right?
Yeah. Okay. That's it. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Baseline resource, that's right.
Baseline
And I
resource.
remember that I was very critical of UCI, but it wasn't that I was critical of UCI. I was critical that people were ringing me off the hook saying, well, if you approve Goody Two-Shoe Arroyo's UCI, what about the program we want? And what about the program Mount View wanted? And what about the program Rosemead wanted? So what we did was we halted everybody, including, Goody Two-Shoe Arroyo, which is how some schools refer to Arroyo as. It was like, okay, we're going to stop everybody. We wanted you to go back to the core, because what we didn't like was that during the pandemic time, there was a lot of computer-based stuff that people were using and relying on, but now we were back in person and people still wanted to use the technology, and there was overuse of technology, and our students in the Student Advisory Council said, we want our teachers to teach us. So it wasn't us being critical of the UCI, because we shot it down. We even had the Teacher of the Year here, the principal,
I didn't know that.
Miss Jamie Witt. They were here. They were very angry with us. And it was like, it's okay. It's okay. Everybody's angry with me anyway. So what? But the reasoning behind that was we needed to halt everybody's additional program that they wanted to use. Everybody wanted to do their own thing. And it was like, no, we're going to rein everybody in. You're all going to use the same assessment, NWEA. I mean, that in itself right there, I mean, we got like threats, Mr. Kui and I, because we did that. But now looking back, it was like, yeah, we did the right thing. Yeah, we stopped UCI, we stopped all the things, the additional supplementals that they were using, and we were not happy with our kids telling us that they were using the supplemental as a core, and they were not even using HMH. So now listen to you, a neutral voice, an outside person telling us like, I did look into HMH and that curriculum is an inadequate adoption, but we're stuck with it. But in the meantime, it is not a bad idea. But now it's an outside consultant with the TOSA and all these focus groups that you've done, and you've analyzed it, and you've done the needs assessment. It's not just Arroyo deciding for the entire school district. It's, an outside person who's now looking at it. And if that's the direction that we want to go, it's okay. But we have to go through this process to learn it. You know, could we say, Arroyo could turn around and say, yeah, we told you, Mr. Padilla. Yeah, you told me, but I needed to make believers out of the rest of the district, because otherwise there would have been resistance like, oh, if Arroyo says it, then that's what we have to do. Well, no, now having gone through this process, we're at a different place. So that's a little bit of the reasoning behind that. And you didn't know that we shot down the supplemental for Arroyo, and Arroyo was pissed off. There's no other way to put it. They were pissed off. The principal was pissed off. Jamie Witt was pissed off. The teacher of the year, Kathy Flores, was pissed off. Everybody was pissed off at this board. But again, the reasoning is we needed to go through these growing pains of process of hearing from all the stakeholders, from the parents, from the teachers, from the content specialists, from the curriculum instruction. I wanted to hear from everybody so that it wasn't just a Arroyo unilateral decision that the whole district will do what Arroyo says. So that gives you a little bit of the background. So now I do agree with Mr. Salcido. I'm glad that you're giving us, you know, and the turtle thing, you know, that turtle should have like cows on the back, on the shell and stuff, because I'm serious. When I saw that turtle, that's kind of how we feel about cows. But again, it's a process. It's like a process that Mr. Cui and this board have been like, oh my God, this thing just drags booty. You know what I mean? It just takes forever. But we're having to go through that process to get to where we're at and make these, you know, A+ adjustments to our math initiative. So I appreciate the fact that you're giving us concrete recommendations. You know, it's kind of like when we had the NWEA ladies and stuff, and I tried to get it out of them, and it was like pulling teeth, like, answer my damn question. Finally, at the end, I tricked them, and they're like, "Oh yes, it would be a great idea to do the the Growth 6+. That's a great idea." Some of our, and it was like they wouldn't like cough it up from the beginning. You know what I mean? And so that's kind of how I feel with you too. It's like, okay, now give us some concrete stuff. Like, yeah, you talked about specific professional development, talking to more people. You acknowledge that we have some great experts in this district that know their trade. You know, we have the good, the bad, and the ugly, the great teachers, the social teachers, and then the ones that need PD and have always done what they've always done, and we don't want to go there. So I do want you to clone or bring out best practices from that teacher that you want to become, the one that you saw and that you want to be like when you grow up. Yeah, like when El Monte High School presented today and they talked about that teacher who makes kids smile at 8:30 in the morning. Those are the best practices that I want to pull from those experts, you know, and then bring those people along for the ride that might not want to come along for the ride, but some of them we're going to have to force them, you know what I mean? And I'm unapologetic about that, but I'm hoping that we can collaboratively work together and critically think and get creative and communicate and collaborate. And we need you to bring us along for the ride, you and Mr. Sanchez, because for a long time we had that person and that person was not empowered. So whatever that person said, you know, they're like, yeah, whatever, we don't care what that TOSA says. That's why that TOSA that was previously there was set up to fail, because nobody listened to them. Nobody empowered them. Now everybody's on board. The parents are going to say it. The principals are going to say it. The consultant's going to say it. The board is going to say it. That whatever you two, you know, tell us of the recommendations, our assistant supervisor services has been, you know, listening to everything that's being said. That is the direction that this board is going to go based on your recommendations. So I'm glad to hear all those things that you're telling us that we need to do. And yeah, including this board, I'm sure you'll come back and tell us some of the things of, you know, what teachers have said about me, what teachers have said about Mr. Cui, and, you know, calling us micromanagers and all that stuff. And yeah, there's been times where, like, yeah, we have been micromanagers. We've had to like twist the arm a little bit to get us to where we're at right now. But at the end of the night, when I go home to sleep tonight, and I know Mr. Cui's the same, we're good. We're good, because I know that the decisions that we're making and leaning into this discomfort, and it's uncomfortable for the assistant soup sometimes. It's uncomfortable for Dr. McGinnis over there, who might be falling asleep already. You know, for Dr. Zuniga, it's uncomfortable. You know, for me to tell the superintendent, I don't care what happens in the state of California. I know it's a problem in the state of California. I can't fix California. This Board of Education can only fix things in El Monte Union High School District. So that's where we will start. So thank you for your presentation, Mr. Alex Sanchez Barajas, thank you for standing there. You know, your legs are probably tired. I appreciate all the work that both of you guys are doing. I look forward to continuing to collaborate. And thank you for coming in and analyzing what we have and not being judgmental, but, you know, asking the right questions to get the right answers from our experts. Because yes, at the end of the day, our teachers are the experts and stuff, and we got to get it out of them. You're just going to lead us along the way and bring everybody along for the ride. But one thing that I'm very proud of is that everybody's on the same ship now, and we're all steering in the same direction, where before, that was not the case. It was not the case, and if it means calling him a micromanager and calling me a micromanager, so be it. We're micromanagers, but we're all on the ship now, and we're all going to steer the ship to increase our achievement in mathematics. Do we expect perfection? No. But do we expect growth and you know, some positive things with all the money that we paid you? You know, yes, we want to see some improvement. So with that being said, thank you for your presentation, and we look forward to more stuff.
Thank you. More will come. I didn't get to everything, but I want to be mindful of your time, and I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. We do need to go to bed. That's right. Thank you again. A round of applause to Catalina Sainz and Alejandro Sanchez. We appreciate it. Moving right along, we're on item E. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
I got a motion. Can I get a second?
A second.
Seconded by Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. All in favor to approve the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The consent agenda is approved. Item F, regular agenda. Consider approval for authorization to make appropriation transfers at school year end 2023-2024. Can I get a motion to approve? Move to approve by Board Member Florencio Briones. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Mr. Qui Win. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item F, as in Frank, F2. Consider approval of the notice of completion for Arroyo and South El Monte High School Greenhouse Project, bid number 2022-2023, B5 rebid. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Qui Win. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Florencio Briones. All in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries. Item F3, consider approval of the notice of completion for the Fernando R. Ledesma High School Multipurpose Room Project, bid number 2019-20, B3. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Florencio Briones. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. All in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries. Item F4, F as in Frank, 4, consider award of request for proposal, RFP number 2023-24, P13, construction management services for El Monte High School track and field project to Ledesma and Meyer Construction Company Incorporated. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. Can I get a second?
A second.
Seconded by Board Member Mr. Qui Win. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item F5, consider approval of agreement between the El Monte Union High School District and Patty Meats, what is that, Sun?
Fun.
Bun, B-U-N, to provide catering services at Mountain View High School. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Move to approve by Board Member Florencio Briones. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Mr. Qui Win. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item F6, consider approval of resolution number 46-23-24, approving absence of board member from previous Board of Trustees meeting. Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to
Move to
approve.
approve by Board Member Mr. Qui Win. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Florencio Briones. Let's call for a vote. Mr. Salcido.
Abstain.
Board Member Qui Win.
Aye.
Board Member Florencio Briones.
Aye.
Board Member Professor Stella Torres de Seigres.
Aye.
And Board Member Padilla says aye. Motion is approved. Item G, roundtable and closure of meeting. Number 1, topics or issues to be brought forward for future agenda items. Board Member Mr. Florencio Briones.
No items tonight.
Thank you. Board Member Mr. Carlos Salcido.
No items.
Board Member Mr. Qui Win.
From the last meeting, I request that all teachers should have business car because they are professional and they should be equipped as such. Can I ask my fellow board member what you think about it, Mr. Salcido? Should the teacher has the business car? What do you think?
I think it's a personal decision. I mean, just because we give them business card doesn't mean they're going to use it. I think it's those that want it can get it, and those that don't.
Okay,
And, you
board
will-
member Florencio Briones.
I think in practice, I'd be supportive of it. However, I think there's more that I would like to see addressed. And to Mr. Salcedo's point, that those who want them can request them. But I think I want to have a conversation with Dr. Zuniga first about, we were discussing a while ago with Mr. Steelman about revamping our website. And part of that, I think we may want to discuss some of the branding options, including providing like a portal for staff to request branded items like business cards, so that everyone is utilizing, the same logos, same typefaces, same verbiage. So I'm not saying no, but I think I'd like to talk to staff about ensuring that we're not doing stuff in a piecemeal fashion. So I'm gonna hold off on giving you consensus tonight, because I do want to talk to staff and move forward before we move forward, just to make sure that we're addressing a larger, project with branding and getting items to staff. That's my opinion tonight.
Professor.
My opinion is that yes, the teachers need to have a business card. I talked with several teachers, especially the teachers from Rosemead High School. They said that if you can ask that we can have business cards, it's really important, because first of all, we promote the place where we are working. We're promoting our high school, and we are let people know what we are doing here, what class they are teaching. And in general, I will say yes. If you allow me, I can tell you that Pasadena City College, we have one of our deans in the language department that he decided that in order to promote more our department, he said that it was a good idea if each one of us, we have a business card. And believe me, that is helping a lot.
Got it. And so then I will be the determining vote. I agree with Board Member Qui Win. I agree with Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. I do not want to wait. So let's go ahead and start off with Rosemead High School. Do ask Dr. Zuniga if they want them. Good, we'll create the card. If they don't want it, then we don't give it to them. But I don't want to wait. It's like waiting for a perfect program, perfect branding, perfect website. It's okay not to wait for perfect. I would like to move forward. So do you understand your marching orders, Dr. Zuniga?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and create information and also a template, so we have that quick order and consistent.
Right. You do all the
we'll take care of all the
things you need to
logistical
do,
stuff.
but start off with Rosemead High School. Okay?
That's the group of
All right.
teachers I've been talking. Okay.
Professor Stella Torres de Seigres, do you have any items that you'd like to bring forward for future items?
No, now. No.
Okay, and I have none. So at this time, we'll move on to item 2, closed session. The board will not reconvene into closed session. The board did handle all items that needed to be handled that were agendized for the closed session. At this time, I would like to ask for Mr. Terrence Gallagher, our attorney from Olivares and Madruga Law Organization, to please report out from closed session.
Mr. President, item A2, subsection A, the board approved a settlement agreement with plaintiffs, including $125,000 in attorney's fees. Item 2, subsection B and C, the board received information, no final action was taken, and that concludes the readout from closed session.
Thank you, Attorney Mr. Terrence Gallagher from Olivares and Madruga Law Organization. With that readout, I, President Ricardo Padilla, hereby adjourn the meeting for Wednesday, May 15, 2024 at 11:16 p.m. Good night, everyone.